Hello, everyone. Hello. Hope we're all doing well today. So, before I say hello to everyone and get into this discussion, I'm going to start off with something. Because there is something I've realized in all the cruises and all the videos I've been doing so far. At no point have I mentioned what is possibly my favorite cruiser design of the interwar era. Now, you all know I'm partial to the Aerofuser class. I am. And you know I really do like the Town class. I do. They are classes I have a great deal of affection for. And a great deal of no, that's a bit weird. A great deal of how do I put this politely? A great deal of love for. But and I say this with all the thing in my heart, they aren't my absolute favourite class. They're all ones I like for their roles, and I think they're very well built for their roles, but they're not my favourite. My favourite is one of the least known classes of World War II. In fact, when I put it here, I can guarantee at least 3 people are going to get it wrong. Because they're also going to presume it's not a class, but it is. It's a unique ship. It is the USS Wichita. I know. Usually when I say this is my favourite cruiser from World War II, they look at me as if I'm completely insane. And I first started learning about her when I was reading about the Arctic convoys. And this name just kept cropping up. She was involved in Operation Torch, and she took part in the Battle of Casablanca. She actually, at one point, had a stand-up engagement versus Jean Bart, and she served in the Pacific Theatre. She's an interesting ship because she starts out as theoretically being part of the New Orleans class, but actually serves as a sort of hybrid between the New Orleans class, the Brooklyn class, and the Baltimore class. And it's sort of this intersection of the Baltimore is what we can build when we're completely treaty free. We're completely not worried. And the Brooklyns, well, they provide the hull and the machinery. And New Orleans provide the main armament. But come on, this is a very well balanced and very well designed ship and a very well designed cruiser. And what always amazes me is because this ship comes about within 20 years of, and I'm just finding the right picture from the video I recorded last night. It's going up on the 13th. I was recorded the 13th of June's video last night, which is always a fun thing to do. Introduction to U.S. treaty doctrine, cruiser doctrine in the treaty period is what I'm looking for. I'm trying to add a source. Add an image file. Yes, that looks about right. Not sure what that had gone to. That went to the wrong one. And yeah. This is an Omaha class. Now, yes, I do realise that is technically a light cruiser because it's almost 6-inch guns, and that is very sexy beast is a heavy cruiser. But if you saw those ships alongside each other, you would think either they came from completely different periods or completely different navies. This one is a navy which is quite modern for its period and has a certain aesthetic quality and has managed to build a very well balanced looking ship. This looks like something which came out of a pre-dreadnought nightmare. So, this is my favourite cruiser. For the interwar period, this is possibly this one of the things. I have great respect for the ships and the crews and what they accomplish, but I think the designers and I think the designers were smoking whatever the French pre-dreadnought designers were smoking that particular weekend, and I'm fairly sure the politicians were doing something similar. But this is Wichita. She's cute. And that's what we're sort of going to be discussing. Tonight's theme is going to be favourite cruisers, and it's going to be discussions of what makes a good cruiser a cruiser. Paul from Chicago, the C class. Ah, that's a good choice. Geoguy. Hello, Geoguy. I'm now doing the hellos bit. Are people afraid of the word cruiser? Yes, they are. Mortally afraid, and it's absolutely stupid because all the jobs we're asking them to do are pretty much cruisers. Let's hear Nicholas Summers' old history book, Drake's Drum. In the Washington Naval Treaty negotiations, the British negotiate that they get to do a capital shipbuilding program to retain skills because of their self-imposed battleship building holiday during World War One. Hi, John Shea. The nice agreement continues. The British get to build 4 battleships with a treaty limit of 35,000 tons. Exchange USA gets all 44 Colorado, and the USN gets the option to build or complete 4 ships not exceeding 45,000 tons at a later date. Why would the British give them all that? No, sorry. Why would the British allow them to build ships not exceeding 45,000, 4 ships not exceeding 45,000 tons at a later date? The British would never have settled for that unless they were also allowed to do it. So unless you've got a scenario where it's a match build for Britain and America, it ain't going to happen. Nice ago, all the treaty powers are allowed to build ships in intervals within the treaty. The British are allowed to build a second Admiral class built to design of Hood. Oh, good lord, why would they want that? New ships not to exceed 45,000 tons. Yeah. Second Admiral class battlecruiser goes to the Royal Australian Navy as HMAS Endeavour. Why? Does someone have a particular love for the Australians and want their navy to collapse? Where's the infrastructure support in a Hood class ship in Australia? They'd have to build so much infrastructure, it'd be extortionate. If this affected, how does this affect things going into World War II? Well, I'm hoping if this happens that both Britain and America have far more modern battle fleets by the World War II, but also have more aircraft carriers, and I'm hoping sincerely Australia has an aircraft carrier to go with Endeavour. Again, why would you name a capital ship Endeavour, though? Seriously, it would be in Canberra, Sydney. For goodness sake, what it's replacing is called Australia, so the least you'd expect would be, I don't know, some sort of state name. This is not me complaining about United Kingdom. This is me complaining about Nicholas Summers' work without actually having read it. But the description of it is just setting me up for, if I did read it, I think I'd be having a real kind of, wow, that's a mental jump. This is the trouble. I do agree. I do what if history, and I do occasionally do these old histories and this thing of working out the equitable treaty. But I always keep as close to reality in terms of history as I can. So I change very few things to try and justify. And I have to work out what the justification for the changes is, because otherwise it doesn't work in my head. And there would have had to been a massive change at some point for all that to go through. Dunrikana, hello. Geoguy, Russia celebrates its holiday tomorrow. I think it should be interesting this year. Oh, yay. V-Day. That's always fun. Hello, C.M. McDevitt. Hello, John South. Hello. Ooh, Dunrikana. For the first time since the end of war, no wreath will be placed at the memorial for the soldier of the Red Army in Kirkines. Hello, Wazowski. Geoguy, was anybody besides UK and US looking at automatic main guns for cruisers post World War II? The French were as well. And I'm fairly sure the Russians were, but the Russians are always looking at new gun designs. Hello, DGB40. Hello, Gasberg. Hello, Paul from Chicago. C-Class, because they're the weirdest. The C-Class are pretty cute, but the Royal Navy does produce quite a lot of them. Hi, Sim Richards. Still looking at my eyes better. Minnesota, good evening. Sean Mac. Hello, folks. Sim here. Bainbridge? Wichita. Yeah, Wichita is... Look, this is a very cool little ship. And yes, she does have, and I do admit this is going to be a problem for her, she does have portholes. But that doesn't stop her being cute. That just means that, frankly, we could do a lot of armoring. But she is basically a heavy cruiser on a Baltimore hull, so there is something cute going on there. I just like the way she's in it. You see, the thing is, for me, it's the history of her. It's the fact that she's so forgotten, but also, for me, this is the point at which the US Navy brings together all their very smart decisions they have made in cruisers and finally produce a coherent cruiser that sums up their cruiser policy prior to World War II. And that's what Wichita represents to me. Wichita represents... It's going to sound strange. This is the first time, I would argue, that a cruiser is experimental as it actually is. Heavy cruiser on a Baltimore hull, on a Brooklyn hull. It's not really that experimental. Because it's all proven things, and it's finally building the concept of what the US Navy cruiser should be. And this is, to my mind, this is what 20 years of work build towards. And that's one of the reasons I like her. From what I'm reading, was an interwar US cruiser design just a nightmare? Yes, and I'm trying to set the scale so that people realize when I'm saying it's a nightmare, I'm not being rude about the ships. Guys, the single fives are oddish looking. They were what they had available at the time. I've been through it. Let's see. Hi, Jason. Hi, Diego. Frigate is once again what it once was. The word cruiser was clearly a short-term error that is now being fixed. Potentially the cruiser comes back in an even bigger form. That's also the option coming up, and it's going to be interesting when we're looking at the Type 83s, because some of the descriptions going around them are doing an awful lot of wordplay to avoid the word cruiser. An awful lot, including, and this is one description I saw, which I am allowed to put out because it wasn't on any of the hidden lists. Type 83 was being described as a heavy, please say this, a heavy global reach, and this is the cute thing, large destroyer. So it's both heavy and large and global reach, but we're adding destroyer on the end. And I was sitting there going, excuse me, if a ship's both heavy and large version of something, then surely it's already automatically in the category above that thing, which would be accorded as cruiser. That got me a lot of black looks. I'm evil though. So anyway, New South Wales sounds like a good name to be in the same fleet as HMS Prince of Wales. That'd be fun. Now, second one, is Bismarck without propaganda is basically a modernized Ben with all the issues interpreted in modernized fashion? How should we view Yamato and Hood without propaganda? Yamato is something really quite cool. Hood was very cool when she came out and was very powerful for interwar years, but the trouble is, by the time she actually fights a war, it's 20 years later, and the world's moved on. So basically, you should view Hood as of its time and Yamato as a wonderful ship that was actually a strategic and industrial dead end that the Japanese Navy went down. Because the only advantage of those super battleships was to have them, was not to use them, was if people knew about them and were scared of them. So if you don't tell people you have them, you've... how do I put this? Look, let's put it this way. Let's say you're a night watchman and you're walking around and you have a big baton. If you hide it in your trousers, it's going to make you walk funny and not help you with the ability to actually defend the place or actually intimidate anyone, which is why you'd have it dangling on your side nice and visible. That's the same thing when you build a super battleship and you're not at war. If people do not know you have it, it doesn't count. And that is less than one of the deterrents today, thanks to a nearby spirit level. And please don't be surprised if I end up ordering some food. I had my teeth done and finished off today, and the 4 hours has just gone up. So I'm now hungry. Oh, John, don't put that out there. They will go with Superstar Destroyer. I would argue that cruisers still have a role, but it's aircraft carrier sport, not cruising. Well, that would be the case if you had enough aircraft carriers. If you don't have enough aircraft carriers to be everywhere in the world, you're going to need some ship which is able to cruise on its own. That's the thing. It only works as you have panacea of aircraft carriers filling in the cruising role and the battleship capital ship role if you have enough of them. And honestly, since the end of World War II, we haven't had enough of them. No one has. If the British were to try to sneak a battlecruiser through, if they got a second hood, they would try to hand over Tiger. Australia might actually be able to support that. Yes, they could have Tiger. So anyway, can the war upgraded with 14-inch guns probably? So anyway, can the war between the Plantagenets and Capes in the 1100s be described as a French civil war, where one side has England as a vassal? It could be, but only if one's standing a long way away from any English person when you do it. Despite the reality of it, it's kind of like when you're describing the War of 1812, and you have to point out to any American that's if you're describing the War of 1812, there is always usually at least one American who goes, "We won that," and you go, "Really? You started a war, and you didn't gain any territory, and you got beaten up. Yes, you won some glorious frigate actions, which were glorious." Although some people do overstate how much of an impact they had on the Royal Navy quite dramatically. They seem to forget that the Royal Navy is very good at... They wanted more frigates built, so every time they lost a battle, which wasn't as normal against the French as it was against the Americans, but not unheard of, they tended to shout that they needed new ones and better ones than they had. It's how they got funding. But no. The newspaper articles are proof that was the Royal Navy morale was suffering because of these losses, and you go, really? Really? Have you? Excuse me. If the people writing the letters to the Times and the newspapers are admirals, the odds are it's not a morale issue. They're arguing over it. If it was a morale issue, they would be writing a different form of letter. But it's a case of like that, and for every country has a war like that in the history. For the British, it's the French Civil War, where England was potentially, under certain circumstances, if you look at it in the correct light, could be described as something approaching to possibly, in full context, and of course this is omitting quite a lot of nuance and subtext, and not fully inscribing all the detail, perhaps partially, in some ways, with certain shading included, of a basilic nature. During the Angevin conflict. Jason, for purely... good night, Secretary One. In the same book, summary time is limited to by the same 553 1.751. How does this affect procurement? The Royal Navy probably buys just as many submarines as it did originally, as does the US Navy. I think it probably causes a war with Japan, though, quite early, because they're going to... Nicest way, there is one thing you cannot... submarine tonnage is the most difficult to try and police. Everyone admits that. Dear student, for purely personal reasons, the greatest cruiser class are the Leanders and HMS Ajax in particular. There is no other class built remotely as good. Thank you. I will not be taking questions. Justify. Go on, Cameron. HMAS Endeavour. Someone is a fan of Morse. Possibly. Possibly a fan of Cook, but we'll leave that to one side. Hello, Martini Henry. Instead of the Hawkins, what would you have chosen as the basis for heavy cruiser to allow for a separation of class in the treaty? Well, you see, the Hawkins is chosen as the only cruiser class really under construction at that point. And let's be honest, the other ones under construction at that point are the Omahas, which are even smaller, so they don't really count. But the thing is, you have 2 points. You could either have gone, well, let's consider that's a light cruiser. Let's allow for a heavy cruiser, which will be about 50% more than that, let's say. So we'd make that up to 15,000 tons, which would have made sense and would have fitted with the traditional cruiser dynamic. Or at some point in the London Naval Treaty, someone has a brainwave and goes, you know what? Some heavy cruisers would be a sensible idea. But honestly, there isn't really a cruiser under construction. That's the problem. If the British had gone with the heavier 9.2-inch design for the Hawkins, that would have been the basis, and the world would forever have been different. That's good. The treaties suggested by Summers strike me as being from someone who has studied the treaties, but not ever really considered the diplomacy that led to them. That should do, Rochelle. Hi, Dr. Clarke. Cutest. Interest our refuser? I would agree. Wichita is my favourite because of all the things she represents. But I do admit that does make me slightly harder on some of the earlier American cruisers, because it's a case of, you can produce something good, so why did you produce this? Why? What possessed you? John South, with the C-Class, I was the young officer who ambushed the head of the RA in Northern Ireland when they were looking into retiring HMS Caroline and forced a meeting people who wanted to preserve her. Very good. Giago, Wichita has the hexagonal secondary layout that becomes standard on US cruisers, but with singles. I know. 9-6 If the RA had taken notice, battlecruiser plunging fire weakness after the Battle of Falklands War 1, how do they make their battlecruisers built better protected? As the ones they can't have built can't be modified. Probably they go for some sort of turtleback, almost it's going to sound strange, almost Ellswick design with a sort of a thick armored deck. You're sort of early today, am I? I suppose I did. I started at about 6 and I rather than 6:30. It's running surface command. So what is the name problem? The name cruiser. It's too imperialistic. I was told by one person. Well, recently, I was in a defense meeting with a load of people from, let's say, the British political system. Okay, and there might have been some members of the European political system as well there at the time. And it was an interesting discussion going on about ship names and etc. Various things were being discussed. And it wasn't me who threw it out. Well, as I said, well, why aren't we calling these things cruiser? I was sitting there going, this will be interesting. And literally one person just said, no, that's too much attached to our imperial past. It will offend people in, what did they say? They said Africa. And I thought, honestly, I was sitting there going, really? I'm fairly sure most of the people in Africa have far bigger things to do with their more important things to do at time than worry about whether or not European navies are calling their large ships cruisers or destroyers. This might be me speaking from a position of sarcasm, but honestly, I haven't raised it with any of my students. I wouldn't have come from Africa or anything. I wouldn't think to, because I would think it'd be completely abuse of my position to do so. But as far as I understand it, I'm fairly certain of this one. Judging from the news I read of Africa, they have many, many more important things on their plates to discuss and deal with than whether or not European nations are calling their ships cruisers or destroyers. But that was the answer that came out. I was at one point tempted to suggest, don't you mean Southeast Asia? Because I think they saw probably more of cruisers than Africa did, but I thought that was, again, just get me into trouble. No point. And with me being slightly facetious, because I don't think the people of Southeast Asia would care either one hoot either, whether it's a cruiser or a destroyer or a frigate, or whether they called it the Buttercups, honestly. Sure, I'll be interested to see your take on the Ocean Cruiser, because looking at the hard stats, it seems like Ocean did pretty well for themselves, despite some rocky moments looking at the Pensacola. Oh, we're starting off with the Pensacola's. My favorite cruisers are the Atlanta, Mogami, and Atago. If only their hulls had a bit more size and armor. Thanks for watching, Naval Treaty. They look nice, and if tonnage wasn't a factor, it would be great. Yeah. That's good. You know full well the Treasury will never pay for a cruiser because they're big and expensive, but destroyers are small and cheap, so they get funded, even large, heavy ones. That is part of it, I swear. Stephen Richards. So the Type 83 is to be the Japanese destroyer, not an aircraft carrier, really. No, I'm almost tempted to say, look, in nice way, we've built the through deck cruiser. We're now building the heavy gun missile destroyer. Pretty sure the Canadian service combatant role description is basically cruiser, but cheaper, please. No, I'm pretty much sure the Canadian surface combatant role description is this is a cruiser in everything but name. This is a light cruiser, but it's a cruiser in everything but name. And as Diego is pointing out, Hager and Azuma class are technically designated as helicopter carrying destroyers, but remember, the Invincible class were through deck cruisers. So there is a history of this going on. And of course, the Russian ones were large aviation air cruisers. Shumak, who won at New Orleans? I rest my case. You won the first round at New Orleans. You might not have won the second one. And honestly, the fact you won the first one is more down to British mucking it up than anything else. I would point out, and this is the usual point, if I am drawn into discussing the War of 1812, I usually just go, well, why is the White House painted white? After my dental work, cavity filling on Friday, I swallowed a 600 milligram Anvil and then chow down on chicken wings I bought earlier. Very nice. I'm considering what I'm going to be ordering. That's good. Frigates are also generally seen as expendable too. It's not desirable, but it happens often enough that it isn't alarming. I'm not sure if the Russian Navy would currently agree with you on that one. Excellent Sir Humphrey impression. I was going for something. Hi, Jennifer. Something there. So to sum up, England got conquered by the French, and then other French beat up the French to beat up the English. Yes, and then eventually the English used that as a reason to start the 100 Years' War and do all sorts of other things. Britain was bullying everyone. Britain bullies quite a lot of people all the time. It's one of the interesting points of history. The fact that we bully people and people often don't realise it because we sound so polite when we're doing it. It's quite rude. There's an entire genre of TV shows, I swear, where the Americans just cast a British person in it who will sound to the world like he's there being polite. Usually it's a guy. I mean, House is the most classic example of it, but he was almost obviously rude. There are a few other ones. If you look, there's a British guy in it who will be saying things which can sound on first hearing as being polite. But then when you listen to it and look at some context, you go, that's really quite rude. It's all thanks to the British accent and the way of phraseology. Yeah, I should admit that on the audio, what I have done today, and you'll have to tell me whether this is good or not, I have turned off the parametric equalizer, and I have turned off the noise gate. Now, yes, there are some recorded videos which I am not going back to re-record because I honestly don't have the time before June comes up. But if it does sound better, if the sound is better, then we will keep it like this. Now, Tyrion, if the RM battlecruisers didn't explode during, how does that affect battlecruiser development? Oh, good lord. In that case, probably... Well, you probably still have Hood appear like she does in terms of armor, but you might not have had the massive modifications being done on the rest of the Admiral class, so you might have ended up with a class of more than one of those being finished before the war ended, because they wouldn't have mucked around them so much. So you could have ended up with 2 to 3 admirals, and you could well have ended up with the Royal Navy going, right then, we'll go to the 3 admirals and the 2 Renowns, our Far Squadron, the 5 Queen Elizabeths, the 5 R's, and that's our 15-inch gun ships. And then, okay, we'll build Nelson and Rodney, in which case that's the Royal Navy force. That's quite a scary thing. Because if you have 3 Hoods, 3 Admirals in service, well, that's going to affect the Washington Naval Treaty. It's going to affect pretty much everything. So anyway, how far should I run if I say that to an English person? Depends how good their medieval history is, but they start to move very, very quickly. I'm not reading out what you wrote previously to that, because that will make me have to run from English people. I'm surrounded by them, including a few medieval historians. Yeah, I was expecting regular Bruships this evening. It is a sort of regular Bruships. There are books coming up at some point. He says, looking around. I do have a pile of books outlined for tonight's Bruships, but I cannot see them. Where have I? I do have a pile of books somewhere. Okay, I tell you I do, but I'm trying to make the check and see if the sound's working better. Can single ships or people of or after people? Yeah, let's see. So, see page 302 in British Cruisers, 2 World Wars and After by Norman Freeman. I will open that book at some point and have a look at that one, Stafford. And thank you for joining us. And Stafford and Sean, Mac, thank you for being here. Don't know. Cool single ships after people nations in Africa might get reactions to previous questions, but cruisers, yeah, I know. I also thought that person was absolutely. I thought they were winding me up at one point. Maybe also, was HMS Buttercup a Flower class corvette? Interesting question. I think so. Yeah. She was a Flower class corvette that ended up serving the Belgians and then the Norwegians. I know this because I'm currently looking at potentially writing a book on the Flower class, so it's been put to me as something I could do. And I'm sort of while I'm doing the other book, working on my other book, because a small book. The Imperials have destroyers, the Rebels have cruisers and medical frigates. I mean, I think the CSE program is basically an excuse to rebuild shipbuilding infrastructure that will hopefully produce a few ships. I think for Canada, the thing is, again, if you consider the pace of shipbuilding you have, my view is with Canada that the sheer amount of maritime border they have and population density, especially when you're looking at what's the other side of the North Pole from them, I would be having a slightly larger navy and air force than they probably do to make sure I could keep any troubles the other side of the water from me. Matthew, are the World War II RNSTV, STUV, DWNZ utility or fleet destroyers? Hmm. Technically fleet destroyers, but you have to remember the Royal Navy has both large and large fleet destroyers and fleet destroyers. So you could call them utility destroyers and call the tribals and the elves fleet destroyers. But the Royal Navy prefers everything to be considered a fleet destroyer if they need to. So someone's mentioning this loss of skills and interwar. That's what the CSC program is trying to avoid. Yep, it makes sense. Although also you have the thing of you don't build ships as quickly as we used to, because no one wants to pay for the volume of production. Sim Dirt. Hello, Lord Percival Namonsk. Sim David. Britain, 1812. Britain was prepared to fight in the open fields of Europe, not to fight in the bush of Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania long routes. Easy success, early success, long term failure. Hmm. The White House is white because one of my distant ancestors, General Ross, burned it, and it also had a small round window courtesy of a cannonball. Yeah, that was the general. In my family might have the lieutenant commander in it who may or may not have been the one with the matches or other lighting implements. I'll leave that to one side. We have some very interesting pieces of silverware somewhere in our family. Um, no, Scott. The British were a bit busy to respond to a minor annoyance. America's were a major campaign in 1812 to 15. Yeah, there was kind of Napoleon going on. So far, no crackling, lagging, or no pop. Well, I hope we'll keep it there. Gordon Smith, sound is best when you don't sing. Do you not like my singing voice? How could anyone not like my lovely dulcet tones? Um, so the three battle cruisers that were blown sky high basically set off how things played out historically. Yep, there are several piles of books, but one of them is the pile of book for today. It's got cruisers in it. I will track it down. It might be. I think it's gone underneath the pile of. Yeah, I think it's current. There's a box over here, which is a box of various camera stuff which arrived. Security camera stuff. However, Sava. Just right. Is a lack of crews a significant design writing flaw in most evil empires? Yes. Yes, you need a cruiser, especially if you're going to be an evil empire. Uh, that's right. Surrounded by medieval historians, some of whom have medieval weapons. Two houses up my road. No, it used to be two. They've moved. They're now four. Um, that seemed to be the most pointless move. Don't take this wrong. Nice way. The houses on that side of the street, all the way up on this side of the road, are exactly the same as far as I can see them. But one of my neighbours literally has moved from two to four away, and so they weren't sharing up. They weren't neighbours with us. Okay, there's a bridle path, and then there's a neighbour who's still there quite happily, and then they've moved up the street two more, but They say there's more. They've done the move. That's fine. And they took all their weapons with them. But you know, that was fun to watch move. Alfred B228. The US Congress decides to let the Navy have more funding. Starting with Delaware class, Navy is allowed to build one armored cruiser for each battleship built. They would have been really, really happy. Do you think the US would build more Tennessee class, or would the US then innovate? An idea I had was a cruiser armed with 8 10-inch guns in 4 turrets, turbines, and doing about 27-28 knots. Honestly, I think the US Navy would have innovated. The US Navy doesn't get any cruisers really prior to World War One, and that's half the trouble with the treaties, I swear. Alfred B228. If such cruisers were made, how would they affect the other nations' build, and how would they affect the Washington Naval Treaties? Honestly, if the US are building big cruisers, the British will be building big cruisers to match them because the British won't want to drop behind, which means there'll probably be big cruisers recognised as part of the treaties, which could mean you get the 18,000-ton cruiser mix in there. Please note the point. I have to make this okay. There is no point building a 15,000-ton cruiser when you're building 20,000-ton battle cruisers. There is no point. It really doesn't make much difference in naval terms. Once you're building 25, 30, 35,000 ton ships, and especially once you get onto 40,000 ton battle cruisers, suddenly the 15 to 20,000 ton margin battle heavy cruiser makes sense. So that is why you have cruisers not being built, but as battle cruisers grow in size, so that's when the heavy cruiser starts to come back in again, because that's what happens. Sadly, we cannot claim the Canada fought the War of 1812. The UK fought it over Canada. They didn't do much ourselves. I would clarify that. Actually, I had some early settlers in Canada, relatives, something more very, very Scottish ones, who definitely did do some fighting. But mainly it was a case of, oh, you want to pass for our land and we haven't given you permission. At which point, I'm fairly sure the American column decided they were going to go home. I don't think there were any actual soldiers around at that point. And there is a family, and there was a bit of family history that was mostly the women of the family who did it. But either way, they decided there was a lot of shots coming at them, and they couldn't find the people who were shooting at them. I don't think it was a particularly large column, but they didn't get what they were after. Any good books on the Admiral class battlecruisers other than Bruce Taylor's End of Glory and Nature's Hood? Not really. There aren't. Let's put it this way: most of the books that come out on the hood of the Admiral class and Hood class treat them as the end as preordained. And I don't like any history book which starts out with the idea that the end is preordained by the beginning. It isn't. Ad hoc ergo, but not no. Ergo propter hoc? No, it isn't. That's different. No. Post hoc ergo propter hoc is not a particular fallacy I hold a lot of respect for under any circumstances. And I will be starting in on the books in shortly. And Dan Freeman? Grand Duke of Mecklenburg's Shrine. Hello. Alaska's are fast armor cruisers. This is my canon. I would agree with you. It's actually an upset colonial architecture critic gave my ancestor a bit of a headache. Yeah. JF, RM considered every destroyer should have been classed as a fleet destroyer, irrespective of size of armament. They were expecting it to be. Okay. Alfred B228. In my theoretically alternative history, US cattle cruisers, I went with 10-inch because that is what they put on their Tennessee. And as far as I know, you don't have 9-inch. They would have probably gone with 10-inch. And this is one of the interesting things. When people start talking about the British response to Alaska's, I had a really interesting thing go through my head. Because it was a case of, so would the British build 12-inch? Well, if they're building the King George V, and if in the nicest way, the King Georges have 14-inch, they're not going to build a 12-inch cruiser. Because then they're going to have 12-inch, 14-inch, and 16-inch in service, and that's going to just look weird. And they're going to build it in numbers that they can have a lot of them. So I think they would go with a 9.2-inch, and that's because the 10-inch is that difficult position. It just is that difficulty of it's the weight and complexity is equivalent to a battleship gun, but it doesn't give you the firepower of a 12-inch. And it doesn't give you, whereas 9.2-inch gives you almost as much firepower and penetration as the 10-inch, but it gives you the rate of fire of a cruiser gun. I didn't say I didn't like your singing, just that it sounds better when you don't. Now, that is a sign of British politeness. Alicia, who doesn't have a closet full of swords, axes, and spears? Not a closet. Richards, are you going to do a live stream while in Canada to keep us updated? Yes, I am hoping to do so. And that's one of the reasons why I'm experimenting with things. And also, one of the reasons why the camera I am going to be taking with me is supposed to be a built-in one module. So I don't have to take, and I'm going to try a broadcast before I go using it. So I don't have to take microphone and everything else with me, that I can just take the camera, as it cuts down on what I have to carry. I thought you would have said they moved a bit further so the trebuchet could have optimal firing solution on your house. If anyone tried to trebuchet my house, there would be a response, and trust me, it'd be far worse than the trebuchet. McDavid, going back into the conversation, can a Type 83 really be called a cruiser if it is able to engage our ships? It seems that Silver uses Storm Shadow as their only anti-ship weapon. That's a Type 45. So Type 83 is the next generation ship, which honestly is going to probably have Mark 53 VLS, probably going to have hypervelocity, those sort of the hypersonic systems, and probably going to have a few other things added in. And it's probably going to weigh in at somewhere approaching 16 to 18,000 tons. So, yeah. John Huff, my mother's maiden name is Parker. It's short a list of stuff they didn't do. Yeah, I have Clarks and Jacobs and Brownings and Goslings. And that's just going back as far as the grandparents. 3 of the 4. The 4th one's even scarier. Take care, Glenn. I thought quite a few American formations were bashed up by the native population because the British were dishing out rewards for US scalps. Yeah! There were some very upset British authorities when apparently my family turned up and we were decidedly not natives, but wanted the money. Actually, I kind of view Hood and Vanguard as victims of circumstance, as they weren't supposed to be the last of their kind in the Royal Navy. Exactly. That's right. What made the 5.25-inch gun not able to develop a line like the 4.5-inch 45 cal deal with the current 4.5 55 cal Mark 8 gun? Honestly, it was the number of people interested in doing it, and I think it. Let's put it this way: if the daring class, the thing is, the daring class destroyers, and the 4.5-inch gun is saved by the daring class destroyers. That's what happens. The post-war ones. You have the battle class, which have their 4.5, and then you have the darings come in, and suddenly you have this twin 4.5, and it can fit on everything. And if they'd had a twin 5.25 that fitted in that role, that would have been what they'd have gone with. But they had a twin 4.5, and it was fitted to everything, and so it became everything. Listen, when everything is a fleet destroyer, but some are more fleet destroyers than others, you have a very useful strategic ambiguity for budget negotiations. True. Andrew, in Star Wars, ships known as destroyers are responsible for the cruiser role. Since the modern world is moving that way, perhaps Star Wars was unintentionally ahead of its time in terminology. Yeah. Nick Gazebo, hello. I really want to have modern boarding action just to see how much of a disaster that would be. Not as much a disaster as people like to think it would be. There are more limited access points, but if you've actually made it to ship, then that's the problem for the ship. Problem is becomes quite a lot more difficult because most of the boarding protection on warships these days is preventing you get there. Once you're on the ship, it's far more difficult to stop you. They're rabbit warrens. Carmen, is build drops due next week? We're recording one tomorrow morning. Jeff, Hunt class units were used as fleet screen on several occasions at Arctic convoys in later war period. They did some very interesting things to Hunt class destroyers. Nice. Why were the Admirals designed to be the most heavily armed British battlecruisers from World War I with 16 5.5-inch guns and 5 torpedo broadside? Seems a bit much for line of battle or commerce killing. Well, you see, the trouble is they're not supposed to be line of battle, and they are commerce killing, but you must remember they're also commerce protection because they're supposed to be hunting down the ships which are doing the commerce killing. So basically, consider admirals rather like Tiger as an anti-battle cruiser rather than a battle cruiser. So anyway, in the Humber, I was really surprised by the process of victualling the frigate. How long did this sort of process usually take? Can a UK port and friendly port, respectively? If you've got it alongside and you've got the whole crew involved, you can probably, how to put this politely? You could get it done in a full day, but usually it would take about 2 to fully store and load a ship. Karina, hello. Speaking of not natives and wanted the money, any word on that sunken Russian submarine in the Black Sea? Which one? The previous larger vessel or possibly the more recent one? This is what's good and interesting conversation is going to be tomorrow. To lose one ship is bad. To lose 2 is starting to potentially set a pattern, and one hopes they don't lose a third, because that might lead to very serious issues. Robert Roberts, what game best models Great War battleships? World of Warships, War Thunder, or Ultimate Admiral's Dreadnought? In UAD, you have to build them yourself, and there are limitations. But in War Thunder, I would argue that it's got the better. It's actually got the UAD has got sort of seems to me the better calculations for gunnery. But War Thunder has more of an atmosphere, and World of Warships is a very good game. But I would always classify them as World of Warships is a lot of fun, but it's a game. And I would say War Thunder, UAD, depending on what you do, you can use them as a simulation as well as a game. But to be honest, the whole setup of World of Warships is what makes it like it is. Don't worry, dude. I'm sure you haven't missed them that much. Andrew, how good was the 6-inch Mark 23 used on Iron Cruiser in the A roll? Not that brilliant. It was better than it was better than it could have been, but honestly, it needed to be. There were improvements that needed to be made. So has anyone here seen a visit of Royal Marines? The Royal Navy's Marines, but they're just called Royal Marines. Using jet flying suits aboard hostile ships. Yeah, I've watched it happen. Freaky. Carmen, also, have you ever seen a brown flag? We believe it to be a Coxswain flags, but would appreciate input. Ooh, I think you could be right on the Coxswain flag, but there is another scenario which is a certain port flag, I think. Don't know how was a battle cruiser? Well, basically, there's a battle cruiser. It's gonna sound strange, but at a certain point, it's kind of like the torpedo boat destroyer produces the destroyer. Well, the torpedo boat produces the torpedo boat destroyer, produces the torpedo boat destroyers, which were basically larger destroyers, and at various points cruisers, etc. At a certain point, you have the battle cruiser, which can beat all cruisers, and then you're going, hang on, well, I need a battle cruiser to take on the other enemy's battle cruiser, so I build a battle cruiser, and then, well, they're barely responding, so I need actually a better battle cruiser for commerce rating, dun dun dun. But they're now building battle cruisers, so now building battle cruisers that will destroy their new battle cruisers. Yeah, and it's just weird. And that's the admirals and Tiger, basically. The idea of response to the Alaskas and those ships showing that a cruiser would evolve. This is that they basically became previous war battle cruisers and basically economically non-viable. No, they didn't become economically non-viable. How about this? They became economically not necessary, not inviable. There's a difference. If the Sveldov class, etc., and other vessels had been in service right at the end of World War II, had already been in service, and perhaps the previous ones, then and cruising around the world, you could guarantee the Alaskas, etc., would have been kept on. So the US Navy had the status. As it was, by the time the Sveldovs came out, those cruisers had gone. So they didn't do it. They did other things. But that's the point. If you don't have that's the trouble for the Alaskas. It's the fact is, by the time they get in the service, the things that they were supposed to be going around the world deterring and countering don't exist. Hey, Jack Ray. Come, they lost a corvette or a destroyer, a frigate. Karin, I say again, submarine, not frigate, landing ship, or other service command. Oh, good lord. They haven't lost a submarine now, have they? I haven't seen that one yet. Makarov. Mm-hmm. Yeah, another frigate. One of their new frigates, one of their important frigates got hit, apparently. So, now, what do you think would happen if Russia loses their entire Black Sea fleet in the next week or so? If the Russians lose enough ships, I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Ukrainians end up launching a recapture operation on Snake Island. And honestly, it's a case of if the Russians lose control of the naval of the Black Sea in terms of they don't have the naval forces to deny Ukrainian maneuver by sea, you could end up seeing the Ukrainians actually doing some maneuvers using the sea. And that could be a very big problem for the Russians. Guys, Adam Markov was reported anchor in Sevastopol, but Russia claimed it. Yeah, and I'm not quite. I think Markov. I think it has made it back to Sevastopol. I don't think it's without. I don't think it's probably going to be deploying from there. I think it's been, from what I understand, and this is from various sources. It's been damaged quite heavily. I don't think they managed. It's not been sunk, but it's been damaged. And he's probably not going to be taking part in any kind of operation soon because the Russians don't have the infrastructure there to repair it and get it back anytime soon. That's the other problem for the Russians at the moment. Their infrastructure is shot to. I dread to imagine an HMS Hood where the armor mods were done, but the original weapons loadout. I'd have concluded having modified armor was not going to be possible unless the Iron could figure some way to make it work. It would have had to get bigger. I can't. Yeah, please send me the pics. I'll have a look. Harishimo, hello. Is there a good 3D example of warships? Well, so I can show you something. If I settings change that picture. Let's go. And I am going to order some food because I'm now getting really hungry. But I'll stay here, but the food will be brought to me. U.S. Treaty, Washington Treaty. I need the Washington Treaty, want a video, and I need the final part of the Washington Treaty cruisers. Washington Treaty issues, Washington Treaty carriers. Let me just check what it saved under because I have a good example to show you. Okay, file, save that as a JPEG, and let's see if that saves. I've got to record a whole lot of treaty videos at some point this week. I've got like 7 of them sitting here to record. That's going to be fun. There we go. There's a summary. And yeah, this is some great work which was done for me by Sea Dodders. And I have to say that I tend to work with UAD, but I know others work with Spring Sharp and others do 3D models of ships. There are some good designs that you can find out there on, well, there's a Blueprints website, which is quite good, which I'll put a link into it. I'll track down and put a link into the description of it. But honestly, I have to say, Dodders, and if you go to Discord, you will find all the details. And there are people who work with far better software than I do, and they do produce this. This is the G3 led Armada, And this idea, Dada sort of basically, the Royal Navy gets to build one of the G3s as a G3, and the other three get turned into aircraft carriers. And they have two Renowns as the backup. Imagine, the RN gets 5 tigers instead of 3. How do they get used? BT does even more killing. But probably, if he's got 5 tigers, the odds are... Well, if he's got 5 tigers, then the Invincibles are going to be dropped from the main fleet from the battlecruiser force operations a lot earlier, and they're probably going to be out going around the world doing other things. In fact, honestly, expect them to be sitting in the Mediterranean, because that's where I'd stick them. That's where they could be most useful. Probably backing up Queen Elizabeth in bombarding forts which can't reach them. Oh, you're talking about the 5 Tigers and the 5 light cruisers. If the Royal Navy got the 5 Tiger class, then instead of Tiger, Lion, and Blake, they got 2 more. They probably stay in service. Especially if if they've got enough in service, they keep their guns going, and they last. That might even last longer. You probably still have a couple of them wandering around at the time of the Falklands, because they wouldn't get rid of 5 ships as quickly as they end up getting rid of 3. Well, it goes down to 3 to 2. So 5 will drop down probably to 3, if not, and then they probably have still had one in around in the Falklands War campaign. So that would have probably been Michael Clapp's command ship. Sure, Matt. Do you think the theory about operator fatigue with these Russian losses? Moscow is one thing, but this is modern anti-air asset. It's something to think about. As I say, don't think the Ukrainians have any ships capable of performing unopposed landing. They could use merchant ships, but that would be interesting, as you would say. It would be interesting, but there again, do they have to do much of an opposed landing? Or do they just have to use the sea for maneuver? I guess our Russians claimed a costly attempt by Ukrainian armies to retake Snake Island. I don't think they've done it yet. In a nicest way, the Ukrainians won't make any attempt on Snake Island until they're sure it's got no bodyguards. And the only way you can be sure it's not got bodyguards as long as the Russians don't have one of their major frigates or Moskva there, which is basically what Moskva and the sort of frigates have been doing. They've been basically providing a deterrent profile in that area. So the Ukrainians aren't stupid, and their only way they can get there is by helicopter and do a helicopter assault. So they're not going to do that until they're sure there's no air defenses there. So yeah, they haven't attempted yet. Maybe a week, 2 weeks time if they've managed to make further holes in the Russian Navy. If not, Senator, do you think the second Kirov will come out of refit this decade? I think, honestly, the more that the Russian losses mount, the more a Kirov class becomes a critical asset for them. Because they're not going to be able to build. And that's the trouble with the frigates. They've lost access to the heavy plant and heavy machinery they needed to power them, so they hadn't been able to churn out them, so they've been working on smaller ships. They're losing big assets very quickly. They need those Kirov class in service. Have you heard of Dr. Claire Cooper? She does work on Japan. I think I've heard of CC, but I'm not 100% sure. I think I've heard of her, and I think she's referred to as CC, but it's more a case of a friend of a friend. Because I have a friend who is a Japanese historian, and that's how I think I've heard of that. Come on, so how long is it before Boris Johnson gives the Ukraine some landing craft? You'd have to get the landing craft to them, and that's the trouble. We haven't got any which are really air transportable, other than some. I suppose we could give them a load of rigid raiders, rigid raiders if they wanted. We could fly some of those out. Now, how much bigger would the armor class need to be to take the modified armor plus the additional weapons loadout, and how big infrastructure would need to be uploaded? You'd probably be adding on at least another 5,000 tons. Hi, Dan Freeman. And Reynolds, it looks like the damaged Russian ship was Admiral Markov, a fairly new frigate. Yep. Sonic No, predictions tomorrow. Oh, the Russians will throw everything at the Ukrainians. I mean, everything. Hi, Danny Wright. Afro, how would the RN building 2 more of the Revenge class battleships into Renown class affect World War II? Well, the RN, if the RN had built 1 more, which was very much likely into Renown class, that would have meant, as long as it survives into World War II, which it probably would have, because the RN wouldn't want to get rid of a 15-inch ship, that would have given them another fast ship, and probably they've upgraded them. If they've got 4 and Hood, then they've got a battle cruiser squadron of 5 ships. And suddenly, as I've said before, 1 is a white elephant, 2 is a capability more often than not, 3 is a guaranteed capability, 4 is an operational capability, 5 is a certainty. You usually have a pair available, so it's a certain operational capability. So if they have 5, then they've got 2 fast ships available at all times. And they've got more ability to do upgrades without losing the capability. Because if you think about it, if you put 1 into refit, you can if you put 1 of the 3 battle cruisers into refit, you go down to 2. Okay? Which is problematic. You have to deal with it, but that's what happens. If you've got 5, you put 1 into refit, oh, you're down to 4. That's not as big of a problem. That's the secret of large numbers. If you're doing a major refit, you're only usually doing 1 ship at a time. If you've got 3, that's 30% loss. If you've got 5, that's a 20% loss. If you've got 6, well, that's broadly speaking, and he says this, broadly speaking, 16 and 2/3% loss, so 16.6% loss. Goes up 7, 8. 8 is usually better. 8, 12. 12 is great. 12, 1 in major refit. What? We actually lost anything? Actually, why was the Tide class Battlecruiser HS Leopard not built? Money. And justification. In the nicest way, everyone talking about the possible terms of Snake Island. The Ukrainians do not have the forces to waste unless they're certain of victory, and they won't want to go off without winning. So far, the Ukrainians have played a fairly conservative game offensively because they don't have the resources to waste. But they're prepared to expend things and time for Russian logistics to crack down. So that's all they seem to be playing for. Southern BT2, we're swinging your idea. Wish I could get the peacetime paint schemes. We'll have a chat with them at some point. That'd be good. Anyway, my favourite cruisers, the Leanna class of 1930s. Close motto should be, been there, done that. My favourite cruiser would be HMAS Sydney, Chatham class. Now that is a handsome cruiser. Yes, very pretty. Sasky, my point is, why take the island? Let Russia have it, and then let them sink supplies there, lose boats. the reason why the Ukrainians will retake the island if they have the opportunity is because of the status of it. It's become a national symbol. That's what they'll be going for. I hear people saying the Russians will win because they have numbers in terms of manpower and aircraft. Is there any truth to it? Not really, because how do I put it? Let's say I have a 1,000,000-man army. No, let's say I have a 20 million per million person army, and you have a 500,000 person army. But if I logistically can only support operations of roughly 100 to 200,000 of those troops in anywhere at any point in time, the odds are you're going to win, because I can't overwhelm you. And the Russians had a chance. The Russians' best chance, they had a plan which was a 6-hour war, which unfortunately for the Russian troops involved, but fortunately for the Ukrainians, and it depends on your perspective. But let's see, I'm on the side of the Ukrainians at the moment. Fell through. Then they had a plan for a 6-day war, and then a 6-week war. We're now heading on towards a 6-month war. That's the Russians don't have the logistics for that. The Russian logistics are collapsing. That is something we are watching and seeing happening in real time. Militaries whose logistics are working do not start impressing civilian vehicles. I'm sorry, they don't. You can make whatever statements you want about that, but that is not something which militaries which are working do. The classic example is World War II. The British, when they lost a lot of equipment, thanks to the evacuation of Dunkirk and all the other stuff in northern France, and some of the stuff lost in Norway, they are using converted civilian vehicles. But as quickly as they can, they stop using them. And they don't use them for offensive operations. They're using them as part of their defence of the UK plans. And especially things like the Home Guard, etc., are using some very interesting vehicles. Until they don't have to. It's not something you do when things are going well. No matter how patriotic and glorious it might be, it's not something you do when it's going well. And for an army which theoretically has the resources which the Russian army has always billed itself as having, claims it has, and looks like it has on paper, the fact it's already resorted to them so early into a conflict which has mostly been fought in another nation's territory, that suggests there's a problem going on. Circle of Doom? Oh, not a Circle of Doom for me. Things will be working quite happily. Ah, well. Ugliest cruiser, Swedish Gotland. The Gotland's certainly up there, but there are worse. What is the ugliest cruiser? I have. Let's put it this way. I have very carefully got rid of one of the cruisers which I showed you earlier. Very carefully got rid of that. So yeah, they're pretty darn ugly, the Omahas. Vision, sounds to me like the USN should have built at least one more Zumwalt for 4 ships, 6 ships, and you can buy ammo in mass cheaply for 155mm guns. Yeah, 12 ships would have been best, but I'll leave that one side. But there again, if I'd been building the Zumwalts, I would have built them with the 6-inch guns in the first place. That would have been the design, and I'd have designed them made sure they could have, how do I put this, Arleigh Burke style sensors as well if they needed it. for air defense. Well, they've got fairly decent air defense radar, but I've probably upgraded it. And basically, they would have been able to fill in the Arleigh Burke role as well. And they would have been at the bare minimum, they'd have been my interim until I got my new Burke design sorted out. Ah. I was wondering what was in my hair. John South, did you see Anders Puck Nielsen's videos? Yes, I have seen Anders. He's very smart. Carmen, do you think Ukraine will cause British defence to go and tanks be invested in? Well, that's an interesting question. Okay, it comes down to this. Most people who keep turning around and saying tanks need to be invested in are right. We do need, if you want to fight a land war, you do need tanks. The question is, does Britain want to deploy large land forces? If we do, then tanks are a necessary route, and I think we should have the ability to deploy tanks, but I also think we have to start thinking about what they're for. Just having a large size army isn't helpful for Britain. You have to work out what you want it to do. And there are parts of the recent defense reviews, etc., which I disagree with. But there are also parts I broadly speaking support. And one of those I think is skirting around the issue that basically the British forces are an expeditionary force. And I don't think, honestly, you can have an army for Britain. You can't really justify an army beyond what you can deploy. So you need to ask, what can Britain deploy? And where can it get it to? Now, it has rotational deployments, forward deployments, and commitments. Okay, you've got to factor those into. So those are long-term deployments you can maintain. That's maintain deployed force. Okay, we need to have that. But are we going to rebuild the British Army of the Rhine in Poland or in Ukraine? No, we're not. No one's going to do that. So, okay, what are you going to build? What are you going to put up? Are you going to be self-sustained brigades? Are you going to put roughly a brigade strength formation forward? How are you going to maintain that? Do you need to have a force of 4 brigades to maintain the 1 brigade forward? In which case, that's fine. But that means probably 2 of those brigades are also part of the UK's home defence, which probably also needs to be roughly 4 to 6 brigades. Okay, so we've worked out now we've got a justification of a force strength of roughly 6 brigades. Okay, fine for that. Okay, deployable force. Well, we've got the Royal Marines, but the Royal Marines keep talking about making themselves smaller, more agile and lethal, literal combat little strike ships and all that sort of jazz. Okay, fine. What does the army bring to the table? Well, if you're going to... The trouble for the army is if you get rid of Albion and Bulwark, you get rid of the ability to really land heavy equipment wherever you need it. So as long as they're around, the army can still claim they're involved in that. But if they're not, if it goes away, then the army's in trouble. So if I was the army, I'd be campaigning for amphibious warfare capabilities to be maintained. Because in the nicest way, if Ukraine has taught us anything, it's that no one wants to fly a heavily laden transport aircraft into the teeth of the enemy's surface-to-air missile systems. So, yeah. Tanks? I'd like some tanks. But also, I'd like to sort out the mess that is Ajax. I'd like to get some more escorts in the service. I'd like to get F-35s in the service. I'd like to get some UCAVs in for the carriers and other things. I'd like to get some SSN and more SSNs in the service. There are a list of things I would like to do, which actually probably rank a little bit higher than tanks, but there are lots of things I could spend money on if I was given the budget to in defense. Without worrying. Bijan, are you a retired US Army general said on TV the Ukrainians have far more soldiers in the field when you count reservists and all the territorial units are called up, armed, trained, and deployed? Yeah, that does actually make a section make it in the current. Functional militaries do not use civilian vehicles. Looks at Norwegian helicopter numbers. Laughs nervously. we won't get into Norwegian helicopter numbers. Plus, helicopters are a bit of a specialist implement, especially if you're using them just for transport. But still, I would prefer to use a military rather than civilian ones. What do you make of the recent? Come, what do you make of the recent arrest of bald and bankrupt in Russian space center? It's going to be interesting. Dear guy, blended funnels on Japanese cruisers look weird. You have get any argument from me on that one? Comment. Would the US SEAL 40 knot special for fast assault boats have the landing ramp that the US sort of a couple of years ago had suited Ukraine? Are they air transport? They are air transportable, I think. They could have been useful. CB90s would be quite good. Andrew Calnerons, I would say the same logistics thing about armed merchant cruisers. I would agree. And again, the Royal Navy would say the reason they were using them was because the treaties and peacetime budgets meant they didn't have enough cruisers, because they wouldn't want to pick cruisers. It's like escort carriers and all those things. They would prefer to have the proper warships, but they don't. It's a Wichita. Come. I hope for 200 to 300 up-to-date tanks. Maybe 150 to give the firepower for the EU in what then a replacement for CVT that works at least 1-1 to give airborne firepower. Well, if you're going for a tank, you're not going to have airborne firepower. Please, this is not me being facetious, but if I'm transporting a serious tank load, then I can just about get one tank if you consider how heavy and what they're sizing on one of the on a British transport aircraft. So if I use all the transport aircraft, I can transport one tank per aircraft without much ammunition, without much of stores or anything like that. Air transport of tanks is probably the most expensive and most catastrophically slow build-up of forces you can have in any theatre. So, yeah. If you're talking about building tanks, again, you have to go with what are you building them for? What are you going to use tanks? Are you building armor divisions or are you using integrated multi-role divisions, multi-role brigades? What are you building those tanks for? What do you have 200, 300 tanks for? Just, this is someone who supports tanks saying, just saying have a tank, we'd like a few hundred tanks. Great. What are they going to do? What are they for? Where are they going to be based? What form of tank? Do you want to buy the next generation Challenger? Do you want to buy the next generation Abrahams? Do you want to buy and do a new tank? What are you going to get? And you have to tell me what they're going to be for, because I know what I would use them for. I would be having them integrated as part of the battle groups. I would want a tank squadron in each force as its heavy muscle. I'd love to have main battle tanks automatically assigned to 3rd Commando Brigade, and I'd automatically have them part of the Amphibious Stars Group, because I think it's useful to have that mobile muscle. I do not think necessarily having a large concentrated armor division is something which Britain can really justify these days. But there again, maintaining an armored brigade that you can respond to events in Europe would be sensible. But that's probably going to have to be a rail transported brigade, in which case you're going to have to sort out the rail transport from where it would be based in the UK to where it will be needed in Eastern Europe, which means it's probably going to have to go through Germany or Italy and France and the Channel Tunnel. So you're going to have to work all the railway routes out, and you're going to have to make sure you have permission to use them, because if you don't, then they're going to be trapped. So this is the sort of, as I'm always trying to make the point, there's the headline, which is lovely, but then you have to look at the stuff beneath it, the complications down below. I'd like to have those tanks, but I need to know how I'm going to use them before I can justify them to the Treasury. And I need to know how I'm going to deploy them, because otherwise they're going to sit in the UK and do nothing. And manpower. Well, yeah, it's one of the things is I do look at tanks, and I also go, how long before we start seeing tanks replaced? Because what you're basically talking is a direct fire armored vehicle. Well, how long before you can have those be uncrewed? and you can therefore have them controlled from like you have a UAVs controlled. Maybe you have an APC wandering along, and it has a pair or even four of those uncrewed vehicles wandering around it, and it can just little sort of hide over the hill or somewhere, put up a antennae that allows it to send a carrying signal and control and coordinate with them. Maybe they're even remote controlled by satellites. Although that's going to affect British satellite bandwidth, which might mean we need to launch another Skynet satellite. And yes, the British satellite system is called Skynet. Are walkers a viable option in combat zone? I think in like the 40k Dreadnought side, use them in a heavy tactical support role. We haven't yet got walkers that seem to work. Cash, Doug Clarke, do you believe in the zero-sum game of defense spending? Russia has crippled our army and air force with subspends, and could the UK be doing the same? Russia has not crippled her army and air force with spending on submarines. I know there are certain people trying to put that out right now, but honestly, the Russians do not spend enough on submarines to cripple their defense spending. In the nicest way, that comes from the same group of people who go, oh, because Britain has spent this much on aircraft carriers, we can't afford an army. And then you go, so let's turn around. On defense projects, you have aircraft carriers, F-35, Eurofighters, Ajax. And you consider it's over the years of spending. And you also have Trident in there, but I'm fairly sure Ajax is currently challenging Trident. So, no. The fact is, you spend this money over such a long time. These programs are so long. Yes, the sums can build up, and yes, they look massive, but honestly, they are not that big a proportion. It's not going to cripple your defense budget spending on a submarine. Not unless you do actually cut things to spend on the submarine because you don't increase the budget to match inflation. And that's a government decision to cut it. That's not the submarine's fault or spending on submarine. That's government spending. And this is the other thing. Be wary of governments which go, oh, we can't spend on the army this year because we're spending on the navy. Really? So basically you've decided the navy's more important to spend money on than the army, and now you're blaming the navy because you're not spending money on the army. That's not the navy's fault, that's you. You made the decision, and when the army turns around and starts attacking the navy over it, you're sort of going, excuse me, no, it's not the navy which made the decision, it's the government. It's the politicians. You're attacking the wrong people. Seriously, we got to keep building tanks because we can't afford to lose knowledge how to. Yeah. Come, let's be honest. We'd spend the UK out. I'm not bothered on new tanks. Just take Charlie 2 and personally add the smoothbore to allow compatibility with NATO. If Putin withdrew from Ukraine, how long would Russia take to get over this? And would it cause the Russian Federation to collapse? There's so many factors in that. It would also depend on what happened to Putin. But it could be interesting, let's say that. Very interesting. Should we come up with a new expeditionary tank design that could be powered up like the Sheridan, but more modern? The US are actually working on something like that. BAE had a design, and I think the other Lockheed, was it Lockheed or who was the other one? General Dynamics had another design, I think, for it. If I remember correctly, the BAE design has been dropped because they were late on delivery. Tanks for airborne, for railcars Europe. I mean, CVRT is airborne firepower. I would love to rejig CVRT, but honestly, we've gone down the Ajax route. Honestly, you could probably make an uncrewed CVRT that'd be pretty darn useful. I'm not bothered if it's a Challenger 3, Leopard 2, or M1. Whatever is best for the European act and best capabilities of price. Well, that's the other trouble for the British. If we buy a vehicle which is good for Europe, but is not good for the desert or for jungle warfare or for the high north, then we could be in trouble because this is the British can end up fighting anywhere. So you don't want to buy a vehicle which is specialized as really good for Europe when you end up fighting elsewhere with it. And you're honestly the British are level of they don't want to buy the Leopard because if you buy the Leopard and the Germans don't like what you're doing, you might not get supplies for it. And that's the other problem the British have with the Abrahams, because the Americans might say, no, 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 we don't want you to have supplies. Because we don't like what you're doing with them. Legacy of the Suez Crisis. So, yeah, the British are probably going to end up hunting around and trying to make their minds up. Colin Cameron, to paraphrase of Humphrey, every defense review is premised on, do we have enough forces to stop a French invasion, and everything else is a bonus? Certainly. Wouldn't want the French coming in. Terrible. Cosmos best pre-steel cruisers out of the West were... Ooh. If we're going to go for the best pre-steel cruisers, honestly, I'm going to go for the ironclad frigates of the Royal Navy. Probably not the Baby Warriors. I like Warrior in her period, but honestly, it's probably one of the ones after them. Even the Russian problem is so much of what they're spending never gets where they want to go. Yep. Stuff Johnson. The government can make both happy by just giving their funding to Royal Marines. Look, each getting fair share. The Royal Marines are technically part of the Royal Navy. They are part of the Royal Navy. So yeah, that wouldn't make the army happy. They would make the Navy happy, but not the army. Nice. Why do people expect Putin to declare war on Ukraine tomorrow? Because May the 9th is a very important day for Russia politically. Take care, Daniel. Right. Pigeon, does the RN Commonwealth and NATO navies treat their sailors better than the US Navy? Make sure they're fed and well housed. I would. Look, let's put it this way. Base accommodations are always an issue in all navies. It seems to be these days because it's getting the funding and getting the investment when you need it. And every time, as soon as you invested in one bit, that then tends to make the rest of it look terrible, and you need to start spending again. But I would say, having wandered around an American ship's accommodation and wandered around their other ship's accommodations, I would say the Americans do seem to. How do I put this? I'm not saying they're quite stuck in World War II in terms of their accommodation fit, but I don't think they sort of realised that it doesn't necessarily make you soft to want to have more accoutrements. It just makes life a little bit better. The great thing about the deployment of the US Marines on Queen Elizabeth class carriers is, of course, they found the bar, which made them very happy, but they also found their accommodations and quarters were pretty nice. It used to be in the 1920s and 30s, it was always the US ships had some of the best accommodations going. And then for some reason, they froze during the Cold War, and the Europeans and the Japanese have got a lot better. So it's a case of we learned the lesson that to keep crews happy from the US, that you needed better accommodation, and the US sort of coasted. And they're now sort of realizing it. It's going to be interesting when their new frigates get into service because they, of course, have European style accommodations, which are slightly more roomy, designed for slightly bigger individuals. After all, the main problem is with the Challenger 3 is that by the time it enters service, it'll be a decade out of date. I love the way you're so optimistic that it's only going a decade out of date by the time it enters service. Rowan Cash. Mr. says, sorry we missed you in London. Cutty Sark now lets you climb up the rigging, guard on spire, and zip line down to the dry dock. Ah, that's fun, isn't it? I'm going to take one of my friends on that. In winter, with the modern anti-tank and anti-air system, British should like going back, look at going back to some of the older, smaller armored family of APCs, like Anabas, Strike Sec. CVRTs were great. Kahneman, option 1, make Ajax work. Option 2, make versions. Option 3, work on making Ajax work while looking at CV90, and if CV90 works to the standard required, take the loss on the money. CV90 would have made so much sense from the beginning. Honestly, the problem for Ajax is that it's got so many specifications and such complicated specifications, no vehicle could ever meet the demand. But we'll leave that to one side. Tobias, your favourite cruiser? Tony. Not tough. It's sad, but the UK could have bought 9 Queen Elizabeth class carriers for the amount of money they spent on test and trace and other failed government projects. You have to remember the problem during COVID is we know what didn't work now in 2020. With hindsight is 2020. At the time, there were lots of people who were demanding the government do something, so the government did something. And when the governments try and do things immediately, they always cost more money, and it was really expensive. So I'm not defending the government because I think some of the things they did do were stupid, but I do think in many respects the government were a victim of the 24-hour news cycle and the fact that everyone was demanding they do something. And that's the trouble. Sometimes these days governments end up, for the sake of media and for the sake of, because of all the way the politics are, doing something, and they don't really get the time to think it through. Test and trace sounded like a good idea at the time. Sounded like a great idea. The fact it fell apart leads to one. Is neither here nor there. It sounded like a good idea at the time. Everyone thought, well, that sounds like a really good idea. Actually implementing it, quite a few people were going, hang on, can we actually do this? Is it going to be incredibly difficult? Is it going to be incredibly expensive? Do we have time to do multi-source tender bids? No. We're doing everything rushed. So we have to say we said something. No, I appear to have caught up, or the caffeine is washing out of his system. We will sort out the lack of caffeine issue. Dead Iron Brew bottle is out. New Iron Brew bottle it is. And I do have to order some food. I am hungry. If Russia officially goes to war with Ukraine, how does it affect the NATO nations supplying arms? How much longer can our logistics last? If Russia officially goes to war with Ukraine, then Putin has got a bigger problems than the NATO and everything else to fry. Because if he officially goes to war, it's no longer a special operation. The thing is about the special operations is you can be very careful about the scope and limited in their nature and all these things. The moment you declare actual war, you have problems. Also, the moment you declare actual war, then all sorts of United Nations actions spring into thing. Because if you're declaring a war, then there are issues for them on the Security Council and various other positions in various other bodies that are in around the world. So honestly, declaring a war, I think, is not something that Putin is going to do. He might try and declare victory on tomorrow. But as we all know, and before anyone starts saying no, he wouldn't because he's not actually won, does anyone remember a certain gentleman called George W. Bush aboard an aircraft carrier in the Gulf declaring victory? I'm sort of going, really? You've won? Have you seen what's going on there? No? Okay. Fine. This is going to be painful. So anyway, have you seen a photo of Russian ammunition storage on one of the warships that went around on social media? I've seen so many, I'm not sure which one you're referring to. Colin Cameron, in Desert Storm 1, the only tanks that actually worked as soon as they arrived in the desert were the Centurion-based Avery, and no country's modern tank worked on the Allied side. Mm-hmm. It's a nice idea, Dan, but I don't think it would actually work, unfortunately, with the Ajax. Mainly because, as I understand it, they still haven't got a single hull which is anywhere near anywhere in any way matching to any of the other hulls. In fact, there are several hulls which are actually different lengths on each side. Look at Senko. How do Type 26 frigates compare to the best that other nations currently have? Um, the Royal Navy versions are going to be very good anti-submarine warfare frigates. They're probably going to be world beaters when they come into service. Don't be surprised if people then leapfrog them, because that's the way it goes. So, a nice way, they'll be world beaters, but they'll be about 5 to 10 years until another class comes into service from some other nation. And then they'll be upgraded, and they'll still be very, very good. The Australian ones are trying to be what the Canadian ones are, in that the Canadian ones are pretty much light cruisers and with an ASW emphasis, but a strong anti-air capability that makes them general purpose. The Australian ones are the same, and the trouble is both those classes. And the Australian one is trying to do the Australian one is trying to be the Canadian light cruiser rather than anti-submarine warfare ship on the displacement of the British anti-submarine warfare ship, and it's just not. It's just proving interesting. Sometimes, for your Canadian viewers, we have an election in Ontario and a federal Conservative Party is selecting a leader. Well, I would always suggest that if there is an option to try and influence things, vote. I know it's the sordid tale of history, but the amount of times when I've wandered around, I've seen people go, "Oh, I never vote. I don't think there's any point in voting for the system. Voting, no point in voting." And they get shocked when you turn around to them and say things like, "Well, if you don't vote, you don't count, do you? So there's no point in me talking to you." And they go, "But I have opinions." No, you don't vote. And there's no point in anyone who's canvassing for electorate support talking with you if you don't vote. Now, actually, I tend to actually do talk with them, but I tend to use that as an opening to get them to start talking about their opinions. And that's one of the reasons why I got quite a large turnout when I did run for council. I did lose the second time, though, but that was because people actually on the doorstep were telling me they were voting. They weren't voting for me because of a national policy issue. And I was sort of going, so you think I've done well as your local councillor, but you don't want to vote for me because of something which I have no impact, and no one who's elected to this role will ever have any impact on. Yes. Okay. What do you think of the Ajax variants? I like the one with the brimstone bin on top. I think it'll be very interesting to see what variants actually get built and produced. Schumacher, yes, Minister, incredibly funny, but the whole idea behind bureaucracy is to make things cheaper and faster. Oh, Sean, that's so kind of you. I think that bureaucracy is to make things cheaper and faster. Ryan Cash, Dr. Clarke, you have said before that our refuser class of cruisers was your favourite. Is it because she's an overgrown tribal? Yes. Basically, the Refusers are my favourite of the British cruisers, and in many ways, they are these pretty little ships that are really well balanced. I've said before, they are my favourite, but they're not my. As I said today, my favourite cruiser is the Wichita. Of the pre-war in the treaty cruisers, that's the cruiser I have the most of. I just love where she's come from, all she represents, and the balance of cruisers they achieve. I think the US achieve a really good cruiser design coming from nowhere. But the Refusers are my favourite of the little cruisers of the Royal Navy, and I would have kept building them rather than Didos. And they are, to an extent, because they are overgrown tribals. So, anyway, why did the occupation of Germany and Japan work, but not the occupation of Iran and Afghanistan? Because Afghanistan was, well, let's put it this way. A nice way, in Germany and Japan, both of the times the countries were completely defeated, and B, we started building infrastructure and doing some actual positive things for the population. In Iraq, and Afghanistan, I would say Afghanistan we were in for nearly 20 years, for over 20 years. And does anyone see any major railways running in and out of Afghanistan? Anything to actually make them a functioning part of the global economy? Or did we make them a military state with a dependence issue? As for Iraq, well, they were rich, so they didn't need us to do things, whereas probably they did. It's an infrastructure issue again. Whereas if you think about what happened in Germany, well, you had the Marshall Plan, and Japan, huge amounts of infrastructure. After all, is there any legal recourse the government can take against sort of General Dynamics to the colossal mess that is Ajax? You're presuming that it's purely down to General Dynamics and not down to the myriad of different government discussions and points and things which we made over years under multiple governments. What other ships, Zomorts and Iberks, that are not officially cruisers should be called cruisers, or are the cruisers in all but name? Pretty much most modern escorts are functionally cruisers in their role and their duties. But there are variations. You almost call them ASW cruiser, and you could almost call it a ASW light cruiser for frigates and a AAD heavy cruiser for destroyers. Guy, has anyone yet managed to do a 3D print of a functioning military vehicle? Not completely. Germany got test and trace to work for less than 3 million. The issue, no, Germany did something different than test and trace. Yes, it's called test and trace, but it's not the same process at all. They went for, and Germany was smart in a way. They went for the basic model, and that worked. The British government tried to go for the all singing, all dancing model. And one of the problems when we start going into this is you start going, oh, it was to their mates, and you go, well, hang on. Those companies, they go, oh, these companies donate to the Conservative Party. Do they also donate to the Labour Party? Yes. Do they donate to every political party? Yes. That's the trouble you get in most democracies. Most of the larger companies tend to donate to most of the political parties. There's a classic scene in what's it called, West Wing, where there is a dinner, or I think there's a drink session anyway. Leo McGarry is talking with these, how do I put this politely? Let's say prospective donors, people who deal with donations for large companies. And he's the Democrat chief of staff. He's the one running the campaign for Bartlett at the time, because that was pre-Bartlett being president. It's a sort of flashback. And he's basically turning around, so you've put a lot of funding into the Republicans. Yes. And now you're worried that the Republicans aren't going to win, so you want to spread the love just in case. And that's the problem. It's one of my usual things when people say the Conservative Party or the Labour Party are being ruled by their funders. I go, yeah, and honestly, those people haven't donated enough to be ruling those parties. They get donations like that for breakfast. Rangash, F45, I'm the king of overspend. Ajax, hold my very shaky pint. Never shake a pint. Doug95, how many tribals would you need to take out the Grouse Spade? That would be an interesting fight. It's also a fight which very nearly happened. There were 8 tribals of Tribal Destroyer Flotilla, Tribal Flotilla 1, or Destroyer Flotilla 4, depending on the timing of it, you actually think, under their commander, were heading south during the period. If Grass Bay had gone further north in the Indian Ocean, she would have run into 8 tribal class destroyers. So a full flotilla of tribals. Would that have been enough to sink her? Between them, that's 32 torpedoes ready to go, possibly some reloads. We've had this discussion before. That's 32 4.7-inch guns. Yes, she has her bigger guns, but they'll be producing smoke and doing all sorts of nasty things, and there'll be 8 of them attacking from all the angles during daylight hours. It would have been, let's put it this way, it would have been a fight, and Graf Spain might get away. Would she get away uninjured? No. She would have got away. She would have been damaged. I think probably myself she'd have been sunk. I think you would have probably lost at least 2, possibly more tribal class destroyers in it, but she would have been sunk because of the sheer weight of torpedoes and the tactics they were practicing under their commander. And that's the flotilla's commander prior to Vian. That was the inaugurating commander, and frankly, he sets the mold for what Vian will be as well. So he's not exactly someone I'd want to be fighting if I were them. I don't think the Dambuster's sunken island. I think they managed to top enough off it that they did make it the press between the load of water when it was high tide. My gosh, aren't that unfortunate? Why is this? I love the later US heavies, but I thought you believed Light 6-inch are more useful. Well, yes, but that doesn't mean it's not my favourite ship. Just because I do believe the 6-inch, especially pre-radar, makes more sense as a gun and a firepower, doesn't mean it's... Your favourite ship doesn't necessarily have to be the best one. That's the reality. It's a case of functionally a 6-inch is especially pre-radar is far more useful than the 8-inch because in the arrangements in the ranges you're engaging at, the sheer quantity of shells are going to do just as much damage. You're not carrying that much more armor or anything, but also there's the fact that she is built on a Brooklyn hull, so well, hull and machinery. Flurry, if Germany did not invade the Soviet Union and it was in peace in Eastern Europe and trade, do you think Germany would have won the European War? No. Because functionally, the problem is, are they going to make the British quit? No. So the British are going to keep going. And the trouble is, even if Germany doesn't invade Eastern Europe, that then means Britain doesn't have to do the Arctic convoys, and they don't have to support the Soviet Union. And all the load of supplies which go to the Soviet Union don't have to go to the Soviet Union, which means you have more supplies to build up Britain, which means you also have more supplies to build up the Far East. It could affect, therefore, the war in the Far East because basically the decider of the European war, Britain's not going to stop fighting, it's going to keep going, and as long as it's not got an Eastern war going on, it's got the trade and the economic resources to draw from to actually invest in the war and keep going, whereas the German economy is going down. Germany actually needs to invade Eastern Europe to get money in order to carry on fighting the war because they're running out of money. But leaving that to one side, the moment Japan declares war and does its thing, and declares war on America, and Germany declares war on America Hitler declares war on America to back up Japan because they're their ally, that's also going to be a decider. So basically, the European war is preordained in many ways. The German economy didn't have the ability to do it long term. That's right. Pardon my ignorance for coming late, but what are you referring to with Ajax? The British Army light tank, broadly speaking, infantry fighting vehicle procurement program. Don't know. Who was your favourite character from West Wing, Dr. Z? Mine was Lord John Marbury. The trouble is, I know many Lord John Marburys. And honestly, I've heard the line said a few times. My favourite character from West Wing. Ainsley Hayes. She was always in pretty good. Whenever she was usually in pretty good episodes. Of course, I was a bit of a fan of Jed, and I, quite liked Santos and sort of those sort of things. But you're sort of supposed to like them. I liked Vinnick. Honestly, if there was a Vinnick Republican going around now, I could see them winning every single vote in the United States. But I don't think that's sort of going to happen. But yeah, Ainsley Hayes. Now look, why does why are so few books on the animal class battlecruisers? Because people presume history is preordained. Not good, but many good books. Ryan Cash, Trials versus Spay. Love your attempt at neutrality, but 8 ships against 2 turrets and a weak secretary. It's top frenzy. Yeah, I didn't want to. The trouble is, having written the book I have on tribal class, if I basically say, yeah, in the nicest way, if Graspay ends up versus 8 of them, she's massacred, that sounds very egotistical. So I was being kind. There's a chance, but let's see. Her top speed was 28.5 knots. Yeah, there's no chance of her getting away. The tribal class could do 36 knots. Yes, she can outrange them, but yeah, they're doing 36 knots. They're going to overhaul her quite quickly, as they'd probably be going faster in the first place, and then when they spotted her, they just go up to full speed, and yeah, they would get there more quickly. So yeah, no, she's not getting away from that one. A daylight engagement with 8 tribal class destroyers versus 1 Graf Spey is not good for the Graf Spey. Yeah. Sorry. Got distracted by something which came up then. Richards, are the paper ships on modern warships viable ships, e.g. Monarch and Conqueror? They're certainly interesting ideas. Zone 681. Is Rob Winkler's The Battle of Denmark Strait a critical analysis of Bismarck's singular triumph book worth considering? It's certainly an interesting book and has some interesting ideas put forward in it. 95. Why can't modern ships go as fast as World War II ones? We don't build them to go as fast as World War II ones. And yeah. Give me a second. You got away. Yeah, that's easier, isn't it? Yes, Pepper will order some food so shortly. You might even get some. I did answer that question. Why can't modern ships go as fast as World War II ones? Because we don't build them to go as fast as they used to. Mainly because people argue that they don't need to because, well, they can't outpace aircraft and missiles, so therefore that's not the speed. The speed requirement is not high speed anymore, it's high operational speed. And that's more about cruising. John Roberts' book is a good one. Yes, the Tafra has arrived. And looking indolent with rage. Indolent with rage.
Hello, everyone. There has been a shortage of biscuits noted. I'm here to inspect for them.
Yeah. Good fluffy thing. This is the trainee assistant, fluffy research assistant. The big fluff, of course, is the fluffy research assistant. This one is still in training. And I think in a couple of months he'll graduate to the assistant fluffy research assistant. Your training will be up. That's good. And he's Zebedee. Right. So, as said, I have got books, but so far I've been answering all the questions, and so I haven't grabbed the books. But the books pile I have noticed is up there. So I have got the book pile sitting, looking at me, ready to go. But at the moment I have that agreement. Are they the fluffy town class cruiser and the fluffy refuser class cruiser? I don't think this gentleman would ever consider having something so small as 6 6-inch guns. More likely a renown class and I don't know, a Queen Elizabeth class. Brian Cash, 8 ships, 1 from each side of the compass. Yeah, it would have been interesting for the Grass Bay. Yeah, firing 11-inch guns at destroyers is not a particularly good idea. It's something I noticed in the recent video I put out, which was last week's UAD infused long patrol. The fact that the firepower of the big guns were used on the destroyers probably didn't help matters. Giga, I think some modern ships deliberately conceal their top speed, like carriers and submarines. Yeah, in a nice way, carriers will always go faster, and submarines will always go faster than they claim. And I wouldn't be surprised. I would suggest other ships are probably capable of higher speed as well than they routinely operate at, just in case. Alpha B2A, if future destroyers or carrier cruisers were built with a couple more guns than the 1 or 2 they built now, what colour would you consider best? Honestly, if I was going to start building them, and start upping their guns, I would be looking at the 6 and 8-inch gun range. I'd be looking at it from this perspective. In a nice way, if I'm bringing a ship to provide fire support, I'm looking for naval gunfire support. I wanted to be bringing something which is going to give me outside capability that I don't have ashore. So I want the largest gun I could possibly have that's relatively easy to support. Good boy. You have much love, do you realise? So what's the first book? The first book is actually it's British Submarines by Norman Freeman is the first book I've got on the pile. And the reason I'm starting cruisers, I thought I'd start by talking about cruiser style destroyers, cruiser style submarines of the X class. Hello. And I've got my British cruisers behind me, which I was probably going to add in at some point, but I just left there because, frankly, from there I can go. And I've got the Coasters cruisers here, and I've got my US cruisers up there as well in that pile. So basically, it's the big books today. What's the plan? Hello, Defreca. Hello. Welcome. Hope you enjoy. No, Zebedee does not appreciate non-food-based talk. You would like me to be eating a lot of food, wouldn't you? You'd like some food yourself. You'd like me to get pizza? Is it pizza you'd like? Or chicken kebab? Because you've been after one of those recently. Am I? Much notes. Back in the day, talking to the gents that were on them, the Spruances and the Virginia class CGNs were quite the speedsters. And the Virginia class CGNs were definitely speeder. That's it's usually 1 to 3 a.m. here when you stream. Well, I'm glad you get to watch one, but that sounds like it's incredibly early in the morning. Take care, Stephen. Thank you for the happy Mother's Day to my mum. She does find it interesting because she always gets Mother's Day wishes on the American and Canadian timetable and the British one. He has the handsome lines of renown, yes. He does feel the renown. He feels renowned. My question, a bit late, but do you think the Type 45s or future Type 26s could be put in position that cruiser formerly held as a present ship? I think they actually are fulfilling those roles. Let's be honest. By default, the Type 23s and Type 45s have to fulfill those roles, and Type 26s will have to fulfill those roles. That's what modern ships do mostly in peacetime. They are present ships. Although, alternatively, do you want to build a present ship for today and coming decades? What does ship look like in terms of size, number of guns? Honestly, I'd like to build more Type 26s and more Type 83s when they come out, and that's what I'd be using for my presents. I'd just incorporate the presents roles into the design and the ship's designs. Type 31s are also looking fairly good. Matthew Meek, hello, Matthew. Did they think of scrapping? Did the Navy ever think of scrapping the HMS Hood when they were building it? Jutland had happened with the battlecruiser blowing up and getting a battleship in its place. They just built a battleship in its place. No, because they need to replace the battlecruisers. And honestly, the Royal Navy is building the Admirals, which are battlecruisers, and the G3s first, which shows you what they think the coming war is going to be. They don't think they think in a nice way they've dealt with the German threat, so they don't think they're going to need the battleships of the mass battle fleet, which they had to because of the German battle fleet being quite so close to home. But they do think they need the global presence and the global economic warfare capabilities of the battlecruiser force, which is why they're building up the admirals and then building the G3s. That's what they're concentrating them on, because their battlecruisers are the ships that are what they need for, they think of, a more mobile war. It's in many ways pertinent because it sort of is what happens. It's amazingly, it's mostly down to Jellicoe that the Royal Navy has that sort of thinking and his work with Henderson. And it's incredibly accurate when we consider how World War II turns out. That, yeah, what you need in those wars are fast battleships, which is a sort of, let's be honest, and very sure approaching it by approaching the fast battleship is approached by trying to make a battleship design more battle cruisery in terms of speed. And honestly, the British were probably approaching it in the 1918s, late 19 teens, end of World War One, by trying to make a battle cruiser slightly more armored. Good luck with pole station duties. Being volunteers on them is always an interesting one. Alpha B228. It should be mandatory that all ships have a fluffy mascot. It should. If you aren't following on Twitter, the ship's cat from the Royal Navy is a very good one to watch. Oh gosh, the Deutschland frustrate me. Lands frustrate me to fancy caliber main guns and mythology about speed and capabilities. Yeah, they didn't have much speed and they didn't really have many capabilities. They just had they were sort of they were just sort of super heavy cruisers. And I'm still having Fox problems. Not really. You and the feral fluffy research assistant seem to be okay with each other now. She mainly dodges around and winds you up, and you guys try and chase her. You'll catch us someday, I'm sure you will. You keep on trying. Yes. Like those squirrels you both chase, yes. What are you after now? What's up there that you're after? Have you smelt doggy biscuits? Because I've run out of the ones for you. I've only got your brother's ones that give you tummy ache. Who was the most underrated Commonwealth general in World War II? Oh, there are so many. The Australians have a pretty good guy in charge. Most of the Australian generals, especially the ones in charge, especially some of the ones in the North Africa campaign, get really forgotten. Aaron, so what are terms of the subset? As I know, the diesels were SSKs. Diesels with ballistic capabilities were SSKBs. Listing users problems were SSBN, SSB case, SSBNs, and nuclear submarines are SSNs, and SSG stands for guided missile cable subs. Yes, but we've added in the K. Oh gosh, this is Cantonese Mother's Day as well. Oh, cool. Dr. Clarke, given the fate of Moscow, do you think they'll reconsider recommissioning Kirovs? No. They won't. The Kirovs are important for Russian status. They only have one carrier. They don't have any LHDs in service at the moment. They need the Kirovs in service to have the impact. Let's be honest. Peter Velicki goes for a sail. The rest of the world goes, what the frick's happening? Because that thing turning up is a lot of missiles. What are we after? What are we after? We're after something. And you're not having Iron Brew. Nice. Why not adopt Foxy? Oh, because she's a wild creature, so I'm letting her. I wouldn't adopt her. If she's happy being wild, she's happy being wild. I might make sure she doesn't go without food if I think she's looking hungry, but I wouldn't adopt her. Rangash, isn't there an unspoken presence of having dozens of missile and torpedo-laden Virginias? They're useful, but you always want to have a visible presence as well, because it's the visible presence which people look at and think about. The rest, they need to be reminded of, and you don't want to surface submarines. No, don't worry. Some on diesels have a K added, is that right? Pretty much. And before anyone jokes about him reading books, he does actually try and read books sometimes, I swear. He's very smart. We'll have you working on your Tacitus at some point. Do you want to go out with Sissy? Let's get you down. If you jump, your mummy will kill me.
I'm coming to check on you, Sissy. I decided you haven't had my attention for long enough.
Right. Book. Let's grab the book. If I grab the book, then I start with the book. Hello. Right. I have a book. Sorry, Mike. Also, if you gesture at SSBN as a presence, you're implicitly threatening to nuke somebody. Yeah, that tends to cause issues. How do you avoid Russian propaganda? I don't avoid it. I go and seek it out. I also go and seek out Ukrainian propaganda. I go and seek out all the propaganda and all the stuff from all the various sides, and that is how you work things out. This is going to sound terrible, but in war and even in peace, there is always propaganda going around. There's always going to be a bias in sources. There's always going to be something there. Never trust any source 100%. Everything will have an implicit bias. Everything will have a nuance. Everything will have a context. Everyone will have a personal perspective. You have to decide whether you're going to make your own view from synthesizing those things, or whether you're going to trust someone enough you, broadly speaking, are prepared to accept their view as the guiding view. Now, I'm a very cynical, sarcastic, and let's say involved person in terms of defense and security matters. So I don't accept anyone's view as 100% verbatim. In fact, I very rarely accept anyone's view at more than 40% verbatim, if I'm being honest. However, that's on defense and security. If someone was talking to me about football teams and talking about people getting transferred, I'd probably go, yes, yes, yes. And just trust they know what they're doing, because honestly, football teams don't interest me that much and I don't pay much attention to them. I prefer rugby, and I avoid cricket like the plague. But those are my personal interests. It's the same for everything. If you think about it, what you have to wonder, if it's a subject you're interested in, you will never take anyone else's view 100% verbatim. If it's a subject you don't care about, you will basically take the consensus view that you see presented to you from a source you choose to trust. And you'll probably trust them based on how they talk about the things you're interested in. Which is why celebrity culture is one of those interesting things to examine across its impact on certain discourse and discussions, because especially celebrities who have, let's say, they are trusted on the area they normally talk about, which is something which a large number of people will share their interest in. When they talk about other things, it'll be presumed they've done the research. It'll be presumed they've brought their same level of accuracy by people who aren't probably interested in that topic as much. So they'll presume that they're saying the right thing. BCH, hello, how are you doing? My recent episode on Walter Christie mentioned that he did a work on submarine design in the 19th century, but I don't know which ones. Might you have any idea? I do have an idea, and I actually have a paper which I think a friend has written about it somewhere. Let me check. He worked on the early submarines, if I remember correctly. He worked on tanks for the Soviet Union as well as the US. And basically, he worked with Robert Kuntz on a lot of the work he did. So it's the submarines and things connected with the work of Kuntz. in the 1980, 1917, 1918, 1920 scenario. So you're looking for Kuntz. And Smedley Butler. He did a bit of work for him as well. But that was on his amphibious tank vehicle for the submarines, for the submarine service. How does the RN having two type-class battlecruisers affect the Washington Naval Treaty? It might affect the overall tonnage limitations. The British might push for more tonnage. Oh no, my dog ate my homework. Nice try, Alex. Have you met Zebedee? He eats everything. I know. West has cut off most Russian media sources in these areas. What sources do you recommend? They haven't really cut off. This is the thing. Let's put it this way. If you go to, well, the one I usually go to is RT, and they haven't really been cut off. I usually try and start with the English language versions of the Russian broadcasting, but you can also find some very good ones. And actually, for some of the ones which are what I would call Russian leaning in other nations are interesting to go and go and chat with and listen to. But I've always had the policy that if you just read one source of news, if you just read news articles from one source, then you are being overly trusting. If I teach my students honestly when I'm working when they were talking or teaching politics. I go, right then, so I don't care if you normally read the Guardian, the Telegraph, or whatever, Washington Post. It doesn't matter. Read the article on topic in the paper you agree with, and then go and read the way that subject is presented in a paper you disagree with. And the truth of the matter will probably be somewhere in between because of the implicit biases and the way it works. Not because you're presenting an unbiased view, and you will be able to work out where the issues are. Because honestly, there will be one side. There usually will be on any topic one side which is completely and utterly doolally, and you'll be able to work out which one. And it's not always sensible. It's like, in the nicest way, when you were talking about fracking, there was one side who was presenting it as the absolute destruction of the earth, and the other side who were presenting it as completely and utterly, oh, no problem at all. And anyone who's with basic ideas would go, well, hang on, it's going to be somewhere in between there. It's not going to be the destruction of the earth, because no one would actually be doing it. And if it was completely perfect, then no one would be opposing it, would they? So let's have a look into this. And the reality is, it's a trade-off. And honestly, for myself, I was looking at the where shale, etc., was going to be pumped out in my local area, and I wasn't keen on its location. I didn't think it was a sensible area to be doing it because it was right and close to an area of outstanding natural beauty and an SSSI, which is a site of special scientific interest, which are areas which are nature reserves, which are pretty much protected spots, which I would be going. On the balance of the case, whilst I like the strategic autonomy that the shale gas, etc., would provide in terms of supply and the cost benefits, I do worry about the particular influence in that place of the actual environmental damage, which I felt was a perfectly natural response. But the amount of people who were one side or the other, and they wouldn't listen to the middle, and they started going, that's not going to win. And that's the trouble with, to extent, you having modern discussions. Next Bilge Pumps goes up on Wednesday. It goes live on Wednesday. It's being recorded tomorrow. Andrew Reynolds, what would your optimal interwar American cruiser look like? Well, if I'm the US Navy, that is what it looks like. Wichita. And last one built to sort of treaty standards. I'm reading. Interesting. Christine Sanivella must look that up. War is a racket. Should be required reading both sides of the pond. It's always been so. Hello, I'm reading. I see here you have a pair of foxes flying around. And Shomak, Russia decided to close a bunch of their foreign news offices. They weren't really suppressed. There were. It's a bit of both. Then Hoops, it's 1912. What sort of cruiser do you build for each major contestant in combat in the upcoming scuffle? What cruisers are in service and have served their own strategies? What cruisers would I build? What cruisers would I build? Well, let's see if I can find a picture. I don't have that. Well, I know I have an illustration for what I built for the Royal Navy. Here you go. That will do pretty much well for the Royal Navy in terms of destroyers. If you could build the Dane class, and a lot of them, the D class, you would be very, very happy. This is illustrated in 1923. And honestly, you have them coming into being ordered in 1916 onwards. So if you'd been able to order them a little bit earlier, you could have probably built them, and they would have been very, very useful. Now, what would I like for the Americans? I'd like some cruisers. Anything would have been improvement over nothing. But they did need some cruisers. The French... Honestly, you could get away with for the French and the Italians, you could get away with decent versions of this. This would fit most of what the French, the Italians, and the British need in terms of numbers. If you could replace all the C-class, all the Arifusers, all the towns with D-class, you would have an absolutely wonderful fleet from the Royal Navy's perspective. And probably for the French and the Italians. The Germans... They're really quite difficult because, honestly, what they need is more mine-laying cruisers. But they need the later ones they get. The Russians need cruisers, full stop. Anything would have been improvement. The fact that the Germans end up using their cruisers against them is just terrible for them. And the Americans, as I said, just need cruisers. They need something. The Chesapeake class are... Honestly, if the Omaha class had come out pre-World War One, they'd have been freaking brilliant for World War One. That's the point. The Omaha class fit in a pre-World War One Navy. They don't fit in a post-World War One Navy, and that is the problem. My problem with them, basically. Clarke, World War II did a 12-hour collaboration with D-Day last year. Aside from putting on a video that makes you and Drac look abrupt, what would you ever consider doing something similar? Me, Drac, and Jamie have considered doing a Bilge Pumps 24-hour special on Toronto. We have considered it. We have done some working out for it. Endurance. Everything's a trade-off. It doesn't matter how skewed the trade-off is. There will always be positive and negative side. Yep. Going on. We are going in circles. The only two major powers to adopt Christie's suspension were the UK and USSR. Where is it? Dr. Clarke. Bertram Ramsay died before being able to write a memoir. Did anyone do a bio on him? With what other bio memoirs do you think are there regretfully not done? There have been a few on Ramsay. And there's one which is quite good. I'm trying to remember who it's by. Okay. There is a version of Ram. There's one written by by Rear Admiral W.S. Chalmers, who's an interesting officer who did a book on Max Horton, a biography of him, a biography on Beatty, which I have, which I find interesting, and did a biography on Ramsay. And honestly, the only one which is probably really worth reading is the one on Ramsay, because the one on Beatty is a love letter to Beatty, and the one on Horton is frankly obsessed. But that is pretty much the best one going. More recently, there's been, well, hang on. There's Andrew Gordon's doing one, which is not going to come out till 2024, apparently. And Brian Izzard did one in 2020. I'm not quite sure of Brian Izzard's one because it starts off with Mastermind of Dunkirk and D-Day, which just sounds like it's made for clickbait. I haven't read it though, so it could be good. And there is one by David Woodward, which was done in 1957. And I have read sections of it, and it was very, very good. But it's very, very rare. And honestly, it's 50 quid. So I haven't got it for myself yet. Because there are other books I've spent a lot of money on. Run Cash. I watched Fox from 2001 till 2011 and Al Jazeera, same timeline. Watched it channel out 2003 to 15. It's really useful for other sources. I've been on Al Jazeera. I haven't been invited on Fox. Al Jazeera was fun. They were very nice people, and they had great sweets. Sean Quimby, Darcy, as I said, how long after a major war generally does it take to get unbiased histories of the conflict that admit to mistakes and blunders coming from historians in those countries? They're always prepared to admit by mistakes and blunders of people they don't like. It takes a long time to get historians who will admit mistakes and blunders by people they do like. A long time. Because if you're the chief naval advisor for President Z and you're tasked to determine the optimal date to invade Taiwan in relation to geopolitics, are weapons of going along with it? When would it be? I'm not going to answer that question. Just because, in the nicest way, some of the things I do, I actually do have to answer that question, and I'm not answering that one. I will discuss it on bilge pumps. I won't answer it here. Just because of the other work I do. Vintage Kashi, propaganda. American, British, German, Russian, Italian, Japanese. Each culture makes their own flavor of propaganda that plucks the strings of their specific people. And always remember, people will produce foreign propaganda for their foreign and domestic consumption. And those things can be very different things. And the classic example I use is have a look at the Sun newspaper as it comes out in Scotland versus it comes out in England. It often looks pretty different. It's often completely different. John Quilly, will Iron Brew be sponsors for 24? They might not be sponsors for it, but they will thoroughly be consumed during it. Gunner and Cash, cross-deck firing waste guns seem a bridge too far on battleships, but could have been used on destroyers and cruisers, especially considering the importance of forward and aft fire. Not really, because it's going to sound strange, but if you have cross-deck firing guns, they can still cause issues on that ship, whereas centerline gives you nice positioning. There you go, NIP, Naval Infantry Press, yeah. Bertrand, Dr. Clarke, World War II begins a bit early. Okay. World War II, in 1896, when the Chinese bombed the Maltese fleet at Singapore with F-4 Phantoms they brought secondhand from US, how does that change history? I don't know, but I'm fairly sure at some point Martians and time travel are involved. The Battlecruiser Hood, Battle of Your Ship by John Roberts, doesn't get an ebook release till 2025. That doesn't surprise me. Don't worry, Paul Almas. Nice to see you here. We haven't done our Type 83 build trumps yet. We have done a quick discussion of it, but we're going to do more of a discussion. I'm hoping to get Drac and me into a very specific conference coming up in May before we go to Canada. And if we do get into it, we will be able to talk a lot more about Type 83 because we'll see all the press releases of it. And all the little models probably will be there. The models which will never actually resemble anything that comes into existence, but will allow us to have a look at it. Don't worry. What is your favorite fictional officer and favorite enemy? Also, dang it, I'm at work. Can't super chat face. Super chat. Fictional officer and fictional favorite enemy. Oh, favorite enemy. I spend a lot of my time in UAD fighting the Germans and fighting the Japanese, but I have to say I enjoy it when I'm against the Russians because they have some quite interesting ships. But yeah, in terms of fiction officers, probably Hornblower actually. No, maybe Nathaniel Drinkwater. Adrisail. He's very cool, and he has some very good opponents. The Drinkwater series is always worth a read. I don't get to read it as often as I like, but whenever I go away on a holiday and I'm actually having some holiday, I take away the Drinkwater series and I read them from cover to cover. I read them all from cover to cover. Although now I have them all on ebook form, so they're easy for me to take away with me. Sure, mate. For unbiased histories, I think it takes about 20 years for people to start writing histories they think are unbiased, and you have to wait for everyone involved to be gone. Usually that's a lot longer than 20 years then. The device in my right hand is, if you have Ring cameras, you'll know what it is. It's the very cool thing which comes with Ring, which is the screwdriver that you need to use to put the screws in and the security thing. And yeah, I have been putting up more security cameras because I'm going away to Canada. So I want my girls and dogs to all be secure while I'm gone. So basically, I've got a whole new load of. Because Ring give you one of these with every camera. So I've got all those to play with. I'm not getting sponsored by Ring. Thank you, sister, for inquiring. I wouldn't mind it. Although, I do have a very cool thing. I got some of these, the solar panels. And I wasn't sure how good they'd be, but I got them for the cat. And I'm actually getting more now because I got a couple to test out and put one up. And the battery-powered light, the battery-powered camera which I use, which is not a one light, it's the basic camera. It started off with I put it on yesterday. Started off yesterday with 60% power, and then I plugged this in, and it went through the whole day, night, etc. This morning I looked into it's at 67% power, so it had actually gone up in charge, which made it very, very useful as far as I'm concerned. And I know there are other systems which are cheaper, etc., all things, but I like the Ring system. And I like the fact that in the nicest way, no matter where I'm in the world, if someone drops a parcel off at a door as being annoying, my voice comes out. So it doesn't matter if I'm sitting in my office, at the back of the house, or I'm sitting on the other side of the world. If you ring our doorbell, you will hear my dulcet tones come out and go, "Excuse me, what do you want?" It works quite well. Dan Raymond, and Dr. Clarke is back on the amphetamines. I'm not back on the amphetamines. You just sped up production for some reason. Alright, Dr. Clarke, I keep hearing about an almost Cold War between the US and UK in the interwar period. Now, I never mentioned it in any of my history classes, and I took a bunch. Any reading? Mainly it comes from a guy called Roskell, and he's interpreting a lot of history as being an almost Cold War that I don't really see as existing. There is the fact, and this is the problem, okay? During the interwar period, who's the most powerful navy in the world for other than the Royal Navy? The US Navy. Who's the most powerful navy in the world other than the US Navy? The Royal Navy. So, in the nicest way, if you are a sensible nation and you are a sensible navy and you are planning your defense accordingly, do you plan to fight all the weaker navies, or do you plan for a worst case scenario, which is fighting the other strongest navy in the world? It makes sense. So both nations have all these plans and have all these exercises which they're doing, which feature the other one as the opponent, because that is their worst case scenario, to fight the other one. And that is viewed as there was to have been a Cold War going on. And you sort of sit there and go, well, hang on. It didn't America do an exercise not that long ago where Israel was the opponent rather than Iran or anyone else because they wanted to have a realistic exercise and a realistic opponent. So are we now claiming there's a Cold War between the US and Israel? No. So why? Because they're using the biggest possible risk as an opponent as their training opposite. Are we presuming there's a Cold War going on? It's not. And I'm now hungry. I am really hungry, so I'm ordering food. So the food will arrive at some point, but I'm just deciding what I'm getting. I mentioned pizza earlier, didn't I? I could order the same again. That was a very nice little pizza. I haven't had it for a week, so it wouldn't be that bad. It's either pizza or Chinese. Chinese, I have to actually do some work and actually put into bowls. But that pizza comes with milkshake. So yeah, pizza and milkshake is coming. And no cannelloni. And £5 to get 30% off. That seems absurd, but I will do that. So I will add the cannelloni because that will get me down to. That's weird. Like, these people are weird. Okay. I'll add chicken strips. Barbecue crunch. Yeah. That's just obscene, absurd. So, the deal they're running on this particular pizza place means that if you get to £30, you get 32% off. Okay, I'll leave that to one side. Going on, there is still trouble finding an unbiased history of Rome or ancient China, so I'd say several millennia and counting. Oh yeah, don't get started on Rome. The best part of that is Bill Trump's pal Simon. Simon is really good on Rome. He's obsessed with their navies, but he's really good on Rome. Dear Clarke, speaking of fiction, I know you've read Dale Brown in the past. Does he have some maritime analog? Not really. Honestly, there isn't really. It's going to sound strange, but aircraft are sexier than ships, and so they tend to get more of the exciting history, exciting fiction stuff written about them these days. If you're talking about exciting fiction for ships, it's usually either spaceships, in which case it's Glyn Stewart, is always a good one to recommend, sci-fi, or it's Age of Sail stuff. In which case, the Drinkwater series are pretty good. Nice to know. Do you read the UK Defence Journal? Yes, and I know them. They're pretty darn good. Sure. Also, selecting Red Force to be a nation that won't cause diplomatic incident is always in the back of people's heads. Yes, the British and Americans are not likely to go to war with each other because they find out they're the other's Red Force. Blind, Clarke, would you be willing to do a history of defence reviews from 1950s to present? What would you consider good and bad, and how? If you could have controlled reviews, changed them. I do toy with that video as well. Oh no, odd combo: pizza and milkshake. Well, you know, pizza and milkshake is. I like milkshakes. So he took war plans, red and white, somewhat seriously. Roskill is Roskill. He's a very good historian in many ways, but let's put it this way: I went through his archive material for both my PhD thesis and before my PhD thesis for a dissertation work, and I went through it. It's in Cambridge in the Churchill archives, and part of Churchill College, and what's interesting is the stuff he decides he doesn't believe versus the stuff he does believe. And some of the stuff he doesn't believe is stuff which later on we know is true. Because of other sources that come out. Which I can understand, but there's a logic to some of the things that I think he's missing. But there again, he's a very good, experienced naval officer. He has a certain perspective on things, and it's a very strong perspective. Nigerians, I think the Cold War between the US and the UK was really a technological race that was straight military operation competition. I think there's a bit of technology there, but I think there's also a bit of some of the politicians wrangling around, but I don't think the militaries are even taking this seriously. There might be some hotheads in the armies, but that's about it. Navies are far more concerned with the very important thing of swapping ice cream for beer. That's far more important to the navies. Remember, I can't get pizza and magic shakes from the same address. We have a brilliant. We have, let's sort of say, we have a place called Fireaway Pizza in my area, and they do build your own pizzas and they do a Nutella milkshake. So that's what's coming to me. VCH, what is your favorite practical joke? Not a wartime feint or ruse, but actual intentional joke played upon a navy by a foreign navy. I'm British. That's pretty much 90% of the Royal Navy's diplomacy is practical jokes. I'm trying to get. Let's put it this way. The U.S. Navy occasionally makes jokes to the Royal Navy that sort of their beer is human excreted bodily fluid, and the Royal Navy might have once or twice actually served them that as revenge for it, and then told them it afterwards. There are issues that have gone out there. But that was a long time back. That was a long time ago. That's not the modern Royal Navy. And I only have that as a source from a friend of mine who's a retired chief petty officer. So there's no official evidence of it at all. Just what could have been discussions over drinks. I probably would build up to a defense review series after I've finished the treaty series, because that's a nice little thing to do. And I might even do some of the US defense reviews and some of the US programs because it's interesting to look at them. Um, yeah, running late on the Flags Flowers was half an hour late checking the chat. In and out of the chat since still 11 minutes behind. You'll catch up, don't worry. I know, if people tried to rename Churchill College, that could cause an actual issue. It's one of those things. Let's put it this way: there are things that will certainly be allowed to happen, and there are things which certainly should happen. And I might not always support them, but I can understand some of the viewpoints on the viewpoint on the other side, and I can, as long as I can understand the argument, I can. But I think Churchill College, if someone tried to rename that, I think that would cause issues. I think that would cause a response, and that's the trouble. You see, there are sensible points of view on both sides of the argument, and as long as the sensible points of view can hold sway, a good compromise that is balanced and fair and respectful can be reached. It's when one side or the other gains too much of an upper hand, and then you get the counter response. And so, for example, Churchill College having its name changed would probably cause a reaction the other way, which could make things far worse. And I'm not talking anything absurd here. I'm not talking violence, etc., or anything like that. I'm just saying that in a nice way, it would be a step which would outrage the vast majority of the public, despite them not thinking about it. And that's the thing. It would be a hot button issue, like, I don't know, the issues on bananas became for the European Union, and it was a case of why are bananas such an important part of the Brexit debate, and fishing such an important part of the Brexit debate. Well, I would say fishing should matter because of the maritime, the exclusive economic zone, and the importance of fish to strategic security and food supplies. But that's me. I'm not the vast majority of the population. It became a touchstone because it was the issue of it. The common fisheries policy and the common agriculture policy, and the idea of butter mountains and wine lakes and all sorts of things. John Green, Brits are smart. Pair them up with milkshakes that goes off the heartburn for pizzas. Restaurants need to adopt the idea. Anything, let's be honest, the fancy milkshakes are expensive. In British restaurants, we've got four in our area which do fancy milkshakes, and they're really quite nice. And they're probably far worse for you than even drinking iron brew, etc. But the thing is, they in many ways make the meal. Best example again, if you're in southeast London, Surrey's area, if you happen to be near a Black's Burgers, they are a really, really good burger chain. But they also make their own ice cream. They make their own gelato, and they do it properly. And they have got people who go away to Italy and train properly. And so they make their milkshakes using gelato. And so it's really, really fancy milkshakes, really nice. But they make their own. Robert is it? Doug Clarke, I've never read alternate history factual discussions. Where should I start? I'll do a Google search and just go for. There's a good one, World War II alternate or something like that. It used to be. It's changed its name a couple of times, but there's all sorts of good ones. Which just start off with the websites and then work out which books might be a good idea to go to for you. Which are going to interest you? Vision. The Anglo-American Cold War existed in the mind of one man, Admiral Ernest King. I don't think it even existed in his mind. Night Americans, I think you said the Cold War candy class is that it's a destroyer trying to fill the cruiser role. It's flawed design, tiny hangar. Yeah. It's the late 50s, and you're in charge of the upcoming project, and you have the funds you need. What changes do you do? Make it bigger. I basically go, yeah, we'll make it bigger, to an extent that I probably, how do I put this? I might well do a scenario where I double the missile system and have a forward battery and an aft battery, have 3 twin 4.5-inch guns, one aft and two forward, and have sort of it mounts in a sort of A position, B position missile, C position raised, super firing 4.5-inch, and then aft missile 4.5 missile raised 4.5-inch, and have a far larger hangar at center, and basically have a bigger ship overall. It would have looked like a freaking cruiser, but it would have been powerful and mean. I have Rick's rename things. For some things, I think they should be. For some things, I think there should be a retention of the name, but a clear explanation of flaws individual isn't named for. Yeah, that's something I can often get behind. Sometimes I sit there with the name and I go, But there are some names which are interesting, and they are quite rightly because of the things they got up to, pretty hot button topics. But there are others like, well, Churchill's automatically a complicated person because of all the stuff he got involved in. But ultimately, for Britain, and from Britain's perspective, he's one of our major historical figures. If we start taking his name out for things, then there comes debate of who you're replacing his name with. What are you going to replace? Because that will cause a huge row. That's the other problem. It's not just taking Churchill's name off. That will cause one row. But then it's who do you replace his name with? Mitch notes, just a random thought. I wonder what effect it would have had on ship design if reliable, controllable pitch propeller systems available in World War II timeframe. It would have probably made ships faster and more fuel efficient, so to give them a longer range. So yeah, it would have been interesting. It would have had an impact. Actually, I think we're naming one of the Type 31s Campbelltown, so yeah, that name's already taken, worryingly enough. Nice to go from when outlets cry we're being suppressed or when they break the rules. What does that tell you? It's kind of cynical. Nice. So the 1932 Emu War for a long patrol. Oh, I'll do it at some point. I will do because just so people believe it. There is nothing wrong with political correctness in an abstract reading of it. There is nothing wrong. It's the problem with these things and all these ideas comes when they are either not properly explained the reasoning for why they are doing the things, or they are done in the face of the they don't seem to be to have the support of the not necessarily support of majority, but they are not explained in a way the majority understands and connects with. You have to be very careful when you're pushing these things and when you're putting these ideas forward that you explain it in a way that communicates with people. And I think one of the problems is that politicians believe themselves automatically to be good communicators, and most politicians I've met are rather remind me more of. I'm going to be careful in this one. Let's put it this way. I would say that in my experience, politicians are not as good at communicators as they like to think they are. And that 90% of the problems we have in most political discourses and most political situations are down to the communication abilities of the people making the announcements. And also because people don't think things through. Junior, just because the Irons served the beer to the USN warm. Mm-hmm. Robert, would a Stirling engine on a surface ship use the temperature differential between the sea and the surrounding air to actually useful? They've looked into it. So far, the answer has been no, but they keep looking into it. They always return to it at some point. So, how would a navy be viewed in 1900s that built ships as fast as modern navies nowadays? They'd be asked if they're building an entire fleet of capital ships, i.e., battleships. The one thing I always do say from historical perspective: be careful of how you judge the past, because the future might judge you just as poorly. There was a joke a few years ago going around where basically, I'm not going to actually repeat it because my little cousins are watching, and I'm not going to repeat it for you. But yeah, always be careful about that. I read a good counterfactual on the Sea Civil War years ago, 1960s, by Bruce Cannon, entitled "If the South Had Won the Civil War." That would have taken a lot of effort. Don't know, memorials and monuments and their meaning change over time. They can't really be ignored, no. And I am always one for adding more history. I would love to see more history, more context, more nuance added into these things. Vintage car history. On the topic in the discussion title, my favorite cruisers are the Tickerongas. As a fire control tech, the Aegis system was a big dog, and all the us fire controls wanted Aegis orders to one of these cruisers. You did, and then you realized that the way that it was set up, it was going to make you sick. Because of the way they mounted the desks and the fire control systems in their cruisers. If I remember correctly, they mounted, especially on the early Ticos, they mounted them across deck, rather than fore and aft. And so it was constantly going, whoa. President, Duck I know supply runs were done by sub to outposts during the war. Could you supply something like Malta with supply carrying warships that could defend themselves to be worth it? Not really. And besides, you don't need to. The British never get that desperate. Occasionally they do get some supplies in by fast cruiser, but it's usually mine laying fast cruiser, i.e. a deal cast going at full speed. Considering I've come to the conclusion that the historical political discourse is almost a complete fraud. I just automatically tune it out because most of the time they're simply lying or don't know much. There are some people who are incredibly well researched in the area and do actually understand what they're talking about. The trouble is, I think a lot of the people who jump onto those bandwagons are often jumping on because they see it as an easy way to get their name in the papers. There are some people who are actually in it and actually doing it genuinely and properly, and I have great respect for those. I might not always agree with them, but I have great respect for them for doing it. When I see some of the politicians jumping on, I'm usually fairly certain those people are mostly getting it because they think it's going to be easy clickbait to raise their political profile. Hmm. Right. Dr. Clarke, if the RN is building a new HMS Campbelltown, can you please send it to St. Nazaire on a port visit? I'm sure we could get the Type 31 to visit there. Message, I hear you're about writing history stuff. My channel's chock full of it, and I always use multiple research sources to seek the balance between them. Yeah. Never start off with one source. Always try and go to a multi-source system. And that's one of the reasons why sometimes I do list sources, sometimes I list individual sources where I find interesting ones. But sometimes it's like when we were talking about Polybus earlier in the week. And I mentioned, right, so this is the version I tend to use. I have other versions, but this is the one I use. It's the most recent one. It's Robin Waterfall's translation of Polybus. It's worth a read if you're interested in it. But the thing is, we don't even have him. We also have Livy. We have a few others. We tend to rely on Polybus because, broadly speaking, he is the guy who talks about methodology. I would presume it's a guy. Based on his experience and what he does, it's a guy. I think there's a video on the Swedish ball bearing trade in World War II would be interesting. A little blockade running. It could be fun. Hello, Michael Patton. Right. So finally, I will get to a book. Today could end up being a long one. But at some point I will probably have to go collect pizza. when it comes to the front door. So I'll be back in. I will disappear for a couple of seconds and then come back. Ah, pizza is arriving. I'll be back in a second. While I'm gone, I will expand the B-class cruiser. Enjoy it. It's a gorgeous looking ship. Even though this is the plan from Brassies. And originally they were ordering 12 and they got 8. So it's not just the modern Royal Navy which suffers from ordering stuff and then getting nothing. Pizza has arrived. And milkshake. Woohoo! Pizza. Pizza. Best food I've had all day. Woohoo! Hello, everyone. Right then. And. Run. Butter. So yes, I have a Nutella milkshake. Not a massive one, but fine. And I have pizza. Right. Oh, thank you, Dan, for dealing with the adult dating site. Yes, we're going to do finally getting a book. Well, yes, I know, finally a book. 3 hours in. But I've been answering questions all evening. Not even one of the books I planned on doing. One if they gave me this discount to charge about 20 quid. Yes, they did. It's Deliveroo. Did the RAF ever go after shipping with typhoons? Yes, they did. They did a lot of stuff against shipping, especially on the coastal convoys that Germans were doing, and they were quite successful with it. Are there any good book sources on the second BEF? Julian Thompson's account of Dunkirk, etc., has very good accounts on them in his chapters. And look, Dan Freeman mods. I wanted to channel other channels someone suppresses spam bots by requiring channel subscription at least a minute to post. But then people who aren't subscribers can't chat away in the comments. So that's an interesting question to think about. Mitch Oates, here's a thought. I am brewing milkshakes. I could work with this idea. I could work with that. Dan Freeman, who thinks that there should have been more fun names for the other class cruisers? HMS Daniel. The other four were to be Daedalus, to be built by Armstrong Whitworth. Daring, built by William Beadmore and Company. Desperate, I'm not really sure I want a ship called HMS Desperate, built by R&W Hawthorne Leslie. And Dryad. They were all cancelled in November 1918, which is sad. Diomede, of course, was transferred to the Royal New Zealand Navy in 1925 and finally sold for breaking up in 1946. So was Dunedin. Transferred to, she was sunk by German, the U-124 off St. Paul's Rock in the South Atlantic in November 1941. Dragon was, of course, damaged by a Neger, that's Neger, man torpedo off Cairn in 1944 and expended as a breakwater in Normandy Beaches in July 1944. And then there's Danae, which is also an Armstrong constructed ship and serves as ORP Conrad in the Polish Navy and does all sorts of random things. They're pretty cool ships. Right. Sorry, I'm going to have another piece of chicken before I open up a book because I'm hungry. As a dyslexic, desperate and despot do not work. But disparate, there are many other options they could have gone for. HMS Desperate. Might work as a Tinder bread dating profile. Anyway, so why am I bringing up this book? And I'm going to talk about cruisers. Because post-World War II, there's another look at the idea of the cruiser submarine. And this time they're looking at it from in terms of the presence perspective and the screening duties. Because you have to remember cruisers, you're talking about the 4 S's. Scouting, screening, scurrying, and socializing. Okay? So, as long as a ship can fulfill at least 2 of those briefs, it can be useful as in a sort of cruiser role. They were looking for submarines to fulfill the scouting and the screening brief. Not the scurrying, i.e. the wandering around being a global presence, or the socializing, the diplomacy stuff. So that's your 4 things for a cruiser. Scouting, screening, scurrying, socializing. Okay? To be fair, as long as it was HMS Drunk Scotsman, it would actually carry fear. Drunk Englishman, people less worried about that, unless they're a football fan or a cricket fan. But then they worry about it from different perspectives. And I'm not speaking this, but I'm not saying I'm highly biased because I'm a rugby fan. Here's what Norman Friedman writes. Late in August, with the war just over, Flag Officer Submarines wrote up to the Admiralty about the 3 1945 submarines. He emphasized the need to develop a true submarine capable of diving as deep as possible. He pointed to the need for a future closed-cycle engine, but accepted that it would not be available for some time. For the moment, work should proceed on an experimental true submarine to solve the problems of such craft other than propulsions. The 3 1945 submarines should be refought, in effect matching the Type 21, but going further in subordinating surface-to-surface submerged performance. Fossum put forward tentative staff requirements. The experimental submarine would be an ocean patrol submarine like the A-class, with at least the same diving depth, preferably more, capable of snorting continuously, and of completely charging her battery in a reasonable time while snorting. The design should incorporate a Volta engine to provide bursts of high-speed underwater. Minimum torpedo armament would be 6 bow tubes. All reloadable. Stern tubes were desirable, but not so essential. As of mid-October 1945, an experimental submarine to obtain data concerning control at high submerged speeds was to be built at Chatham. Its design had to be ready by March 1946. This project had been proposed by Fossum, the hope being that by the time the Walter engine was ready, issues of hull form and control would have been settled. Work on design, which would have no diesels at all, began about January 1945, with designs designated E1 and E2. Requirements were laid out at a meeting of Westminster in 15 January 1945. DNC estimated that 8,000 horsepower would be required for 20 knots submerged. Alternatives were one or two motors on each of the 2 shafts, or one direct drive motor on a single shaft. This submarine would not have been able to charge her batteries. Endurance on battery power would probably be about 4 days. The bridge might be similar to that of Seraph, with a single periscope. Power provided by 6 A-class cells. This specially built submarine was replaced by Scotsman, a converted S-class boat. And this is the point at which you see Scotsman. Bada-ba-bing. Alright, make sure the timestamps out. Toggle timestamps. And Carl Maswin, HMS Enterprise was a testbed for dual 6-inch turrets mounts from earlier lectures. Yes. That's where they start testing. They put on HMS Enterprise, the E-class boat. She's a good ship. HMS Dunce, Deuce, Duck. Duck I quite like. Donald, especially Donald Duck, but I don't think that's a bit. I think that's a bit early. I would like to add that my viewership has now registered as 2% female, according to YouTube stats. So I would like it to be more, and I'm fairly sure it is more, judging by the number of cousins I have who watch these channels. But YouTube stats aren't always reliable. And we're always trying to get Kate Jameson on things. In the nicest way, Kate is a superstar, and I'd love her to come on here, come and chat to me about things. I'm fairly sure her and Drac are doing some work together, but I'm trying to get her to do some things with me, and with Biltrons especially. Sean Quigley, didn't I hear someone Russia's trying out the cruiser design again? Yes, on Build Trumps. And we basically took turns in. Well, no. My colleagues took turns in trying to wind me up by arguing for it. And I took turns in arguing strongly against it. I think Kate is currently busy with her job, so I can't nick her to come to Canada. If she was temporarily unemployed, I could probably have grabbed her to come to Canada, but no. Could you elaborate further on the issues with the RAN getting an Admiral class? Well, basically, it's the problem of how they're going to support it. They would have to build a whole new generation of infrastructure, like they did for Australia, for an Admiral class, and it would have to be a lot bigger. And otherwise, they either have the infrastructure to support it, or it basically has to live in the UK. Remember, when HMS Hood goes on her world tour, her infrastructure to support her, there are the dry docks, which are floating dry docks, that can support her, and there are the docks back in the UK. There are no docks around the world for her to dry dock. That's a problem. Looking forward to it, Sean. Looking forward to seeing you. You should try an iron brew float. My local city in Chippy did them when I was a kid. Delicious, but so much sugar. I can imagine that. I would also say that there is a fish and chip shop not too far from where I went to when I was a kid with my dad when we were up in Glasgow looking at Type 23 frigates he was constructing. And they did iron brew batter for battered fish. They used iron brew as part of the batter for the fish. And that was an interesting experience. Hugo, by cruiser, do you mean SSGN like Kirk? No, that's a curse. That's a sort of strike roll vessel. Honestly, SSGNs are... How do I put this? They're sort of a covert strike option in that they go in, they give you a lot of conventional strike hitting power. So if you're looking for a... They can fit a cruiser role if you consider the cruisers dashing in, firing guns, and then disappearing off to be a but that's not really a primary role of a cruiser. I've always sort of put them more as sort of taking on what you could do with the armored carriers, especially the small ones. You could risk them because if you could theoretically replace them. Once you can't replace ships, you then have to try and find a way to get to lower the risk, and that's it. Okay. Port as Dan, I'm just reporting all the ones you've just got rid of as problems. So hopefully I don't get the wrong person. So far, I haven't. I'll know if I do in the final one. Yeah, I got them all. They're all reported. Ah. For some reason, the Tinder ones I can't report. I don't know. That's true. So if Hood broke down anyway, she's in trouble. Yeah. It is a problem. I know. Just to throw back to the ancient days of England, I don't offend easily. I haven't been known to embarrass some obnoxious males. Hugo, how do you put diplomatic facilities on a sub? You can't. Which is, as I said, why when the four things of cruiser, the four S's of cruiser. So it is scouting, screening, scurrying, and socializing. And basically, these are their wartime roles. These are their peacetime roles. Scurrying around the world, always being the first present there, and diplomacy, socializing. So that's the four S's of a cruiser. Or that's what you rate cruisers on. How do they fulfill the four S's? Thanks, Dan. Right. How do you put diplomatic facilities as sub? You don't really. That's the thing. That's why a submarine can never fulfill all the cruiser roles. Because they can't really do the scurrying because you don't want to announce where they are. Because that gives away their... You can say you're deploying a submarine to an area, but that's problematic still. And they can't do the socializing. But they can do the scouting and the screening. And that's their strength, really. So they can sort of do those roles, but you have to think about what you're going to use them for them. Chris Ryan, you've mentioned faction on occasion. Faction sub-choice. Ooh. Let's see. As a rule, it's to an extent. Oh, what are they out? They're the center. For some reason. They were part of the Ravens, but they now wear black armor. Blood Ravens. And usually my troops are from specific companies within the Blood Ravens. But I tend to that tend to be what the troops I use. But mine are usually painted black rather than blue. But they have Blood Raven, and I have a few Templars as well. But usually mine are black painted, which I know is slightly historical, but it's the thing is they have some companies which are black, and I like the intelligence factor. I like the stuff they work on, but I also I don't like my troops being bright red. So I modified. So I sort of went, oh, what other colours are the options? Blue, that's similarly bright. And oh yeah, we have the Death Company, which is painted black. Okay, my troops are going to belong to the Death Company, which I didn't mind. Oh, good lord. How is it they keep getting in? We keep reporting them. They're really active tonight. They really are. T290, what do you think of the old helicopter cruisers from like the old Moscow from the 1960s? Or the through deck cruisers or the Invincible class? I think there's a good sense point. There's a point at which they do make sense. When you've got a lot of helicopters needed for anti-submarine warfare, you're beginning that, there is a real use for them. I think as time goes on, you start to have more ships which are carrying more helicopters, are more and more dispersed amounts of fleet. They become less and less valuable. Yeah. I wonder if I can block words. If I remember correctly, there is a section that allows me to block words if I go quickly to the front of the channel. Give me a second. I'm doing something slightly naughty. There is a section which does allow you to block words, if I remember correctly, and I'm going to block Tinder as a word. Oh, and that's helpful. It's now asking me to verify that it's me, so I need to quickly find my password, which I've got stored in a locker here. You don't know. Passwords. Not that app, 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 not that app. That app. Or is it that app? Okay. Right. Missions, community. Block words. Tinder. So I have added my first ever blocked words. I've never had any blocked words before now, but now I do. Christian, neat. I'm building up an Iron Raven successor, which itself, if a which itself is a primary successor to the Raven Guard. Cool. Sure, fortunately, we haven't got hit by any of the advanced ones. No, not so far. I prefer a better ship. I've been taking Furious 8-inch gun. I prefer a non-sworn-off version. Yeah. I think we need to go to a fractional orbital bombardment cruiser. If we get an orbital bombardment cruiser, then whoever gets it has won. Because that's the point about space ships. If you have a space warship, an orbital bombardment cruiser, and you have it in space, then you have automatically won. Because the first thing you're going to do is say, anyone else wants to try and launch one up here, I'm going to shoot it down before it gets up here. So it's really as a case of whoever has the first space cruiser, whatever it look like, has won the future war because they have a space cruiser. That's why there was all the treaties to demilitarize space, because both Russia and America knew that the moment one of them got it, they'd won. And they weren't sure they would be the first to get it. That's it. Doesn't the RCN lack support to operate HMS Tiger? They could have done. They could have supported HMS Tiger because they have the infrastructure. They could support a ship that large. It's right. Do the Kuznetsov class make sense with their mixed aircraft and missile arrow? They make sense based on the actual capabilities of the aircraft available to the Russians at the time, the Soviets at the time, and the missiles at the time. So they make sense because, let's be honest, the Flogger was not that great. And then the ship aircraft which come afterwards are good, but available in small numbers. So you want a nice long-range missile, especially as Russian aircraft tend to be quite short-legged. Just popped in today and seen Furious Theme. So, question. What would be the best configuration of guns for Furious Hull instead? A small number of big guns? 4 times treble 8-inch or 4 times twin 9.2 inch? I'd go 3 treble 9.2 inch. You could fit that on that hull. Basically make it a scaled version of the Renown class. GM, socializing first warship, I was almost a Sir class destroyer in the Detroit River in the 60s. Seaside US cities, towns, and hamlets continually pleaded for battleships for local functions in peacetime. They are good at that. A battleship turning up is definitely going to be a big draw. The Indians and Chinese used the Russian carrier design to ditch the shipwreck missiles. Honestly, the Indians and Chinese have both done a massive amount of work to their carriers. Calling the original Russian design is technically correct, but honestly massively missing out a whole lot of nuance and changes. Bonus, why didn't the Admiralty enlarge the dry docking facilities in the naval dockyards around the world when HS Hood was built? Okay, so the Royal Navy had done an upgrade in 1910. They're planning their next upgrade in 1916 because they did these infrastructure upgrades roughly every 6 years. Previous one to 1910 had been 1904, and they do them in 6-year cycles because you work them out for the next 6 years, and this is what we're going to be upgrading to. So they missed 1916. They're building Hood based on plans for 1922, which is the when they think they're going to get it. When they tell them they're not going to get it, that's one of the reasons why they start to lean towards cancelling the Admirals and building the G3s to fit existing infrastructure, because they're told basically it's not going to be till 1928 you're actually going to get the upgrade. So it's a case of it's having the funding for it. An Admiral battlecruiser for the Dominions sound doable with the support base put in? Prepared to put in for building infrastructure? Yeah, anything's doable if you're prepared to build the infrastructure to support it. Seeing David, it'll probably be classed as a destroyer, but it'll essentially be a starship with a heat shield extended and 2 or 3 layers of 1mm aluminium over it. Battery of small missiles. I think it doesn't need missiles. In the nicest way, you can basically drop something and gravity will do the work for you. Rods from God, I think, is the old expression. Excuse me, it's not kebab. It's a pizza. But I tried to get out a piece, and then I realized halfway to my mouth it was a very, very large piece, so I folded it up because it hadn't really been cut properly. So I'm hoping the other pieces are smaller and I can eat more daintily, but I picked it up and I wasn't going to put it back down and go, nah. Well, I thought that would look more weird. See? Regular size piece. Now I can be more polite and dainty. Responsibility binocular supplier. Hello, how are you doing? What was the estimated cost of infrastructure upgrades compared to the Admiral class ships themselves? About twice the amount they were spending on the Admiral class. But it would have been, let's put it this way, the infrastructure would have been enough for not just the Admiral class, but then the when they were sort of planning it, the next 2 generations of ships after it, which were supposed to be even bigger. Right. I don't think anyone's defending the spam bots too much. Mm-hmm. It is nice to get some food. But I will save most of this for tomorrow morning to eat while we're doing bilge pumps and wind up my colleagues because they will not have pizza and I will have pizza. As anyone who spent enough time in academia knows, having half a pizza left over for breakfast is a sign of glorious times. So doing can actually get something into space relatively under this by waiting until it's on the other side of the planet. Well, the thing is, if I was building it and I built it, the first thing I would do, well, A, is I would make sure it has the capability to engage ballistic missiles, which, considering you could deal with the atmospheric thermal bloom issues by just having the laser outside atmosphere and tacking on thinking ballistic missiles while they're coming inbound, so you need a laser system for that. You could also use the kinetic rockets from gods to attack anything which is being built, so it never gets a chance to launch. Wait, you would leave half the pizza? Yes. I'm proportionate. I don't. I try to be balanced in eating. That's a great film. What would it take to get 1922 infrastructure upgrade? So, as far as I know, home-based infrastructure isn't counted in the Washington Naval Treaty. Just do the upgrades regardless of the treaty. It's not the UK. Well, to do that, you would have to get the government would have to be on side for funding it, and it's not even a domestic one. And also remember, it's not just the UK ones, which are basically the Washington Naval Treaty only prohibits ones which are happening in the Far East. You could do them in Ceylon, you could do them in Bombay. You could do Bombay, same place, aren't they? That's the other one side. You could do them in Malta. You could do them wherever you wanted around the world. Pretty much, if you're the British, you could even do them in Australia, as long as the Australian government pay for them. But the trouble is, it's finding the money. And after World War One, the government wants to that has the money, but they're prioritizing paying back the debt because they want to pay down the debt as quickly as possible. They don't have to, but they're choosing to because they consider the fiscally responsible position to take. But if they'd been motivated, they could have paid that down slower, and they could have then done the infrastructure upgrades at least. And if they'd done the infrastructure upgrades, then there would have been very interesting scenarios for World War II. The reason I'm eating a pizza this evening, and as you all know, is I had my teeth done this morning. I wasn't allowed to eat beforehand. I haven't been allowed to have solid food until all day, basically, until this arrived. This is my first food all day. The rest of the time it's all been liquid. So yeah, I've been looking forward to this. One thing about British residents keep binocular suppliers. If the RN did get the 1922 upgrades, how would it affect potential line designs in Model 2 RN carrier designs? Feel free to call me RBS. I will call you RBS. That would probably make them potentially bigger, especially once wars began. Certainly make it easier to build bigger, because the infrastructure would have included a lot of yards in the UK, which would allow them to be a lot bigger. And would have probably helped those yards stay open in the 1920s and 30s, because you could have run the infrastructure investment going on while and use it to fund other things in the yards. CG90. One thing about British cruisers that I think makes them unfairly represented against is that they devote a lot more time to seakeeping and endurance compared to Axis ones. You can argue that. You have to remember that they are also built for a scenario where usually they will outnumber their opponents. And that's usually games are fair, whereas the reality is not. Think of it. Just Clarke, have you ever played Children of Dead Earth? A long time ago on a friend's account, yes. Friend's computer. But never on my own computer. I never had it myself. Christopher Ryan. We have super carriers and we have LHGs, which sort of fill the role like those. So what's a modern fleet carrier look like? Probably a Queen Elizabeth class. That's probably what you're sort of looking at for a fleet carrier. Strap hanger. Sorry, are you speaking of the thesis? Are you ever going to publish What Value Dark Blue Sky? Well, at this rate, it's been turned down by publishers so often that it's getting annoying. But once it's all fine and sorted out and agreed fully through the academic system, I'm considering putting together my own digital version. Very rude there. So, basically, one of my projects when I come back from Canada is going to be make sure that's all finalized and all published digitally online as part of the PhD system, and then turn it into a book version that I will publish digitally myself. And that and the Osprey, hopefully, Osprey contracts, which I'm hoping to get, will keep me going until I can get my second book taken up by a publisher and published properly. And the second book, of course, is going to be on basically the third sea lords and the fleets they wanted to build. So anyway, insert joke about British teeth here. Yeah, I know. Mine are looking whiter today. At least they are on this screen. I'm not sure how they're appearing on your screen. Hmm. I've been very lucky with the dentist I've managed to get. This is true, Mac. We can't afford this code for we don't want to pay for it. More usually with British governments it is. Therein, I want the object for things like treating dodging emergency war armor and water armor. Haha, you don't think they didn't think to add that instead of treating? Yeah, there are all sorts of options you could go for. I don't know. What have I got down there? Curious comment. Sorry. I was wondering what I got over me, which probably looks rather gross to you all, but I've managed to get some barbecue sauce down me from the pizza, I think, and also a whole load of corgi fluff hair. Let's see. Syndrome Medona. It's an interesting look at a realistic current tech space combat. Oh, I'll have to look at it again. In RBS, did anyone in the UK government foresee the end of the Empire, and did that make them less willing to spend money on infrastructure in colonies that become independent? No. Not prior to World War II. You have to remember, honestly, the British are moving the Empire towards the Commonwealth, and that's basically the plan from about 1890 onwards, it seems to be, in various quarters and coming through. And the idea was basically a self-governing empire. This is going to sound strange. The early versions of the Commonwealth, it would be a massive global alliance, which would the British would be the dominant. Would not be the dominant, but would be the steering hand of. That's how Britain was sort of looking at it. So imagine the Commonwealth basically becoming economically kind of like the European Union is today, in that there would be things like empire for imperial preference and all those things would mean there was a sort of common trade zone in the empire, tariff-free trade between all the empire within the empire, or the Commonwealth as it become. There would be a educational scenario, and there would be very much a close defense integration, and basically Britain would have been the steering hand, and that's sort of their idea. If that had come to pass, that would have been very interesting. But it also kind of underestimates the feelings of the people involved. Hi, gentlemen. CJ90. In the aftermath of this war, do you think there'll be less emphasis on quantitative top trumps comparisons to military equipment? As Bitchin puts, top trump sells TV, magazines, and books. John Shea, what is up next for books? Let's see. Well, I'm hoping to get. Actually, I'm hoping to get with possibly Jamie and Thrak as well. A deal with Osprey. We're talking with them. Well, we're talking with someone who's talking with Osprey, sort of thing. Because of the way the Osprey do books, so we're crossing fingers on that. And that could be quite interesting. I've got to put in some book proposals, and we're going to talk that through tomorrow morning. And yeah, I want to. As I said, I want to do my PhD once it's all sorted out and all certified. And well, the PhD is certified. Let me explain. It hasn't been published on the library system, etc., because of let's put it this way, it disagreed with previous scholarly conduct, scholarly, and it kind of called a couple of people out. You have all dealt with me long enough to realise I don't tend to pull my punches, which possibly is not sensible for an academic career. And therefore, it might have been until people left and sort of retired and went emeritus. It was basically a case of it's now going to be lodged, and all's fine. So, all perfectly polite and perfectly reasonable academic phraseology. And that's going to then come out. I'm going to turn that possibly into a book which can be published. I'm fairly sure I blocked you. Head back. Mm-hmm. Anyway. So yeah, it would have been interesting. But yeah, and then there's the big book I'm currently working on, which I haven't got a publisher lined up for technically, but I've got a couple who have said they'll be interested in it once it's reached the 35 to 40,000 word mark, because that's about half the way through, and then they'll have an idea of whether it's going to be a project for them or not. So I've basically got to do with that what I did with my TBD and write that on spec. So that means I need to sort out funding for while I'm doing that, which is why I'm going to hopefully get the Osprey books, keep up the YouTube, of course, hopefully have lecturing work, and turn the PhD in, if I want to a self-published downloadable thing on Kindle. Sean going, okay, forgot to ask everyone on Dr. C. Been keeping up with the situation in Somaliland. Could be getting interesting regarding China. Somaliland is saying they're under the threat of invasion. Well, that'd be interesting. It'd be interesting to see what response, if anything, would happen. At the moment, I don't think anything's really going to happen, but we'll see what happens. Time is always an interesting time. I will be talking to YouTube. Let's see. Yeah, I'm going to go back to my little thing I was in earlier. And settings. And permission. Community. Ah, yes. Hidden users. There are 5 different versions of Tinder XYZ adult dating site in this list now. in the hidden users. It's fun. Da, 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 da. I've added dating site to the list of excluded terms now. Let's see if that stops them. We'll see. Vision. Next will be top Transvandial weapons. Where to place the javelin. Oh yeah. Expect that to see that added to a lot. Let's see. Expect to see missile launchers. Kind of like when the Bradley came out. And the Bradley had, of course, the Tau missile system fitted on as well as the gun, and it was therefore, that was all the rage for a while, and then it went away. And expect that to see coming back with APCs. All of them will have a gun and a missile. CJ90, do you consider a small Navy's frigates to be fulfilling the cruiser role? Yes, and honestly, I've done the Elsbeta of the Romanian Navy this week, and that's coming up as the long patrol on cruisers this week, and I think you'll enjoy that. But that's a small Navy's cruiser being used. Sean Cogley, Dr. Jamie hasn't recruited some duckbill platypus spammers to add to the assassins, has he? Never joke about Jamie's collection of animal assassins. He may have recruited spiders now. It's a never-ending supply. Right, so it's 4 hours. We've been alive for 4 hours. Okay. Right, I was doing this a bit extended in a way because I knew some of you were going to be missing out because Drax's video is the 2-parter this week, and was going to be consequently a bit shorter than normal. So I thought I'd do an extended one, but yeah. Right. Nice and spiders, emus, kangaroos, what next? Sharks? Oh, he'll have those as well. Mm-hmm. If Werner Von Braun was living in Huntsville, Alabama when he died, I heard he had concreted over his yard because he hated mowing the yard. Or was it because he wanted to launch rockets? VCH, what specific passion led you to complete your doctorate? I love history, and it was partially motivated by love of history and love of wanting to look at the topic and thinking we're all obsessing about the pilots, and the pilots don't. The pilots just fly planes; they don't design them. So what are we talking? Why are we talking about them? And the other reason was because I was told because I was dyslexic I wouldn't be able to, and that annoyed me, so I did it. If you wanted to completely disrupt global trade, what is the minimum number of commerce raider cruisers you need? Okay, so if I want to completely disrupt global trade, and I need to put pressure on certain points. Now, the Mediterranean is not going to be a good area to put pressure on, but the Indian Ocean, especially in the areas sort of so south of the Red Sea, that sort of area, that the approach to the Suez Canal, that would certainly be a good one. You'd need another one sitting probably mid-Atlantic, and you'd want at least one more sitting somewhere in the South China Sea. If you could hit those 3 points, you could cause VCH. That one's just a little bit rude. The first one about the atheist and dyslexic, I laughed at that one. The next one, no. Remember, little cousins are watching. So I'd say probably you would want to be able to deploy at least 4, if not 5. So that means you'd need at least 9. And you'd probably need about the same number of support ships. I know you're not ashamed, BCH, but cousins watching. I haven't had the message yet that the last ones that stopped watching. I get a message when they go when they finish when they've all gone or when they've all finished, and apparently. Hello, Triple E. I think you should be in bed by now. I know you don't have school in the morning, but. Mm-hmm. And Darren's trying to say sharks with lasers. Yeah, don't put that past Jamie. No, sir. How does Armored Carriers have enough food for this animal army, and who's target number 1? We do not ask him who target number 1 is. And as for the food, well, I think he has a very helpful understanding a wife. Then, did you nearly submit your thesis for a DHP? No. I did submit part of it for a Corvette prize, but I didn't get the Corvette prize. The Sonic Canary. Triple A, don't let your uncle say when you need to be in bed. That's your decision. Yeah. Triple E is about 12. I keep being told. I'm about 12. And I understand, Triple E. You are about 12. In 2 months' time. Stop making me feel older than I am. That's right. Hello, family person. Yeah. Half term, not half term, no. She just doesn't have to go to school tomorrow. They've got a teacher they've got a teacher training day or something, and they're getting the Monday off. BCH, regardless, I do understand the show your personal history is responsible treatment. Yeah, and my view for always of history has been if you don't pass on the stories. If you learn it and don't, you have to learn it and pass on the stories and pass on this so people can learn the lessons. The important thing about history is passing it on. Sigil 90, is commerce trading with service ships against a major maritime power even viable now as satellite? Yep. Would I disguise the surface raiders as something else? Yes. But I would probably have them. And honestly, I can make it very difficult for you to track them. A decent surface raider. Remember, what's the surface raider's got to be? Has it got to be really, really fast? Well, it can be useful if it's fast. But also, but more importantly, it's got to carry weapons, supplies. Does it need to be a warship to be a surface raider? And that was the question. Surface raiders. It needs to be able to lay mines, probably. That's a good way of multiplying itself. Does it? It needs to be able to launch missiles. They're useful. Slightly, especially if you've got modern cold launch technology. They can be on their way and moving without leaving a trace back on the ship. So should I avoid Australia? Only before his revolution. Okay. Yeah, KVG. Let's see. Kangaroos, drop bears, emu, snakes, sort of crux. And putting exotic restaurants on the southern land disturbs mutually assured destruction balance. Potentially. Although, if I was the PLC, I wouldn't be taking on Jamie's assassin kangaroos. Or commando kangaroos, let's be honest. The Kangaroo Commandos, that sounds like... Seriously, that's gotta be a program which has got to be made at some point. The Kangaroo Commandos. Commando Kangaroos. Spelt... Oh, no. Commandos, spelt with a K instead of a C. For the Commando Kangaroos. Commandaroos. I'm getting really distracted now. I shouldn't. Right. So we've got about 7 minutes. I'll finish up the questions and answer. Then I'll give you 4.5 hours, and at which point I will decide. I think it's probably sensible for me to. Well, apparently, according to a certain young lady's mother, they're not going to bed until I finish. So yeah, I will finish after doing 4.5 hours. Hi, Decorators. Strider, you mean Red Decks? Something here. Our surface super yachts surface raiders. You could certainly make them look like. You could certainly use them as such. And honestly, super yachts would be my choice of it as completely because they could hang around in shipping lanes. They could hang around outside shipping lanes. Super yacht. Remember, everything disguised as a proper warship, or as a merchant ship, etc., would have to accord to traditional merchant activity. Whereas super yachts are big enough, can be made big enough that they can have warship capabilities. They could have some missiles. They could have the ability to drop mines, etc. They could, there are things you could put in. You can put in a moon pool inside a super yacht. They're big enough, and it's perfectly normal. It's a super yacht being built moon pool. Who's going to bat an eyelid? What does a billionaire want? No, how is Jamie not in the Aussie Army as a general? Because they decided that they didn't want to take over the entire continent. And when I say the entire continent, I mean the entire continent of Asia. Strider, I had no time for history until recently, my nice. Enough time to appreciate it. That's good. It's good. When you can get it, get it. Christopher Ryan, any idea why the New Zealand vessels appear to have red decks on the Google Maps? Probably That's probably to do with their surface on their surface material they put on the decks to make it to protect the people walking around them and also to protect the decks. It could be the paint they use, and it could be the treatment of the material. Then running King Commandos. A vintage country. They should be Emu Commandos. No, they already won the war. No, it wouldn't be the Emu Commandos. It would be the Emu Overlords. And as we've been over before, the only reason there hasn't been a war versus the Kangaroos is because, in the nicest way, the Kangaroos are chaotic, neutral. They are not. They don't feel like it. Whereas the Emus are organized evil. Potentially organized neutral or organized good if you're Mother Nature. But from the perspective of the Australian Army, organized evil, they beat them every time. Take care, CJ90. Don't worry, Chris Ryan. I understood what you're talking about. So, which two tigers, if both go built, which of the two tigers, if both built, go when between Model 1 and Model 2? If Tiger and Leopard are both built, then the odds are Tiger goes first and then Leopard, and the odds are they might go in the early 1930s, especially if the Royal Navy's got tonnage and is able to replace them, because there'll be the ships furthest down the tree to be replaced. So they might go with a first King George V coming into service, which might mean you get the King George V coming into service earlier to replace, or something along the, something equivalent to a KGV coming into service earlier to replace them, because they go with a fast battleship to replace them. Might be a 15-inch arm ship, might be a 4. Again, it's one of those things. If you start the construction of the KGVs earlier in the 1930s, the odds are they end up with a 15 or a 16-inch gun, because the 14-inch gun really doesn't achieve its dominance till mid, i.e., with Chatfield. To quote his predecessor, who was. This is the problem. I'm trying to remember his title. I know it was the first Sea Lord. Don't know. It's not that one. It's where there's one of them who has a noble title for Chatfield, and it's Sir Frederick Field. Now, Sir Frederick Field he doesn't have a title. It's the one before him has a title. He had, of course, been the commanding officer of the battleship King George V, and the flagship of Admiral Martin and Jem at the Battle of Jutland, and Commander-in-Chief Mediterranean, various other things, and Fields. But exact rules on the 14-inch gun was it was the most pointless weapon ever conceived, because by the time it was actually useful, there were bigger guns which were more useful in service. So why would he go with a 14-inch? The odds are Field is obsessed with logistics and firepower, etc., would probably have gone with a 15-inch gun, which means you end up with a sort of 15-inch version of the King George V. Probably 9 15-inch guns in 3 triple turrets. The question is, does he go for a Nelrod style high speed arrangement, or does he go for try to go for a more traditional style of let's say a renowned style arrangement of 2 forward, 1 aft? I'm not sure, but I think if it had been on the Fields, they'd probably gone with a 15-inch design. The 15-inch Mark 45 2. 15-inch 45 Mark 2, yes. And Supot's usually a boat base, drone run? Yeah. Dr. Clarke, good evening, and thank you again for all your. Well, it's been pretty sure RBS. And many subs. Oh, there are many things. The super yachts could definitely be Q ships. They could be your surface raiders. Take care, Dan Freeman. Thank you, Sean Mack. Colin Cameron, a super yacht as a resupply ship and a small sailing ship to actually raid. You can out a modern guided torpedo launcher on a small boat. You could fit one, but honestly, I would be using the super yacht as I would use a mixture of super yachts. I'd have some as surface raiders, some as supply ships, some as command ships doing reconnaissance. Actually, I'd use sailing ships for the reconnaissance tool because they wander wherever they like. Then you don't have to, especially if you were doing super yachts, and as I said, I gave you a bare minimum, but the actual thing would be to have a hunting pack of free attack yachts, free support yachts, a couple of command yachts, a command and an alternate, which doesn't go on unless something happens to command, and probably again about as many your sailing yachts, and have that as a sort of your 16 vessel force, and have the sailing yachts going around designating targets, and then one of the attack yachts goes and launches and strike. And because it'll be a different yacht each time, they'll make it far more complicated for them to work out what's doing and who's attacking what, because there won't be the same ship within the same range. And especially if they change their modus operandi, if they use mines sometimes, if they use missiles, you could make it very complicated even with satellites for someone to track it down. And I'm talking, you don't have to keep the ruse going forever. You just have to keep the ruse going for long enough. Look what happened with the short time that the Suez Canal was blocked. Imagine if you managed to keep that going a few more weeks. That's the problem. Night Run Cash. And look, I had gator once. Cool. It tasted texture more like pork or beef. It definitely doesn't taste like chicken. Everyone's always saying things taste like chicken. They don't. Rarely in my experience does anything taste actually like chicken. It's usually more to do with how you cook it if it tastes like chicken, because you've boiled it to something where it tastes like absolutely nothing. So 5 splendid cats would be nice. They would have been nice. 2 would have been good. Good. Take care, VCH. Thank you, DG40. Thank you, Strider. Thank you, Next everyone. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Thank you, Dan, Sean, and Stafford, and for doing the whole adminning. Thank you, Next everyone, for the questions. Why does it seem logical to refit the World War I fleet with 15-inch KGV guns? It would have been interesting if it would have been logical to refit. Basically, they could have refitted all the 15-inch ships with the enhanced Mark 15-inch 45 Mark II. Man could have done that, and that would have boosted up the entire naval force. Night Trent. Hi, Trent. Tricks, fine, thank you. Cameron. Ooh, sailing ship undercover mine layer. They could be having fun. So, I'm trying to just out of thought, imagine the trouble a country with a gigantic ocean-going fishing fleet spread all over the world could do by converting some of the surface raiders. Oh, this would be amazingly issues. Hello, thank you, McDevitt. Thank you, Richards. Thank you, George Newman. Thank you, Chris Ryan. Thank you, Dopsog. Thank you, everyone. And I hope you have a nice time. Sorry we haven't done many books, but that's because, well, to be honest, we've been asking questions. And they've been good questions. And the trouble is, when they're good questions, I feel rude if I don't answer them. Anyway, take care. Thank you for watching, and I hope you enjoyed. Toodles. And thank you, Calvin Gansberg, Paul Amos, and thank you, Senator Sean Quigley, and thank you, everyone, for watching. hope you enjoy. And sorry, Trent, you missed it. Take care, everyone. Thank you. And yeah, it's been fun watching. Thank you for all the super chats. Thank you for the super thanks. Thank you for all the support. As said, everything is going towards the Canada trip at the moment. So thank you very much for all that. Thank you. Take care. And